Clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call meeting 21 to order. Welcome. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public continues to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, this is a paperless meeting. The clerk has provided all agenda materials via CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. IT staff will be available to members to help with their devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure they're turned on their video and to raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members, and I see Councillor Fillion today with us, I encourage you to turn your video on so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or mute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none. Next, we need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on January 19, 2021, moved by Councillor Wong Tam. All those in favour? Opposed? That carries. Let's proceed now with the agenda review. The first item is PH 21.1, Modular Housing Initiative, Phase 2, sites 175 Cummer Avenue and Trenton Cedarvale Avenue. We have speakers registered on this item. Our next item is PH 21.2, activating a revitalization plan for the Dundas Sherbourne neighbourhood. We have a staff presentation and we do have a speaker on this item, so I'll hold it down. Next item, 20.3, creating Indigenous supportive housing at 218 Carlton Street. We have a speaker register on this item as well. Item 21.4, Open Door Program 2020 call for applications results, supporting 971 new affordable rental homes. We also have a speaker on this item. Item 21.5, partnership with the United Property Resource Corporation to create 500 new affordable rental homes. There's a staff report with recommendations. We don't have speakers. Would anybody?
I have a few questions.
Okay, we'll hold it down, Councillor Fletcher. Item 21.6, extending the Toronto Community Housing Corporation moratorium on evictions due to non-payment of rent. We have speakers on this item. 21.7, temporary use zoning bylaws to provide an extension to existing temporary permissions for outdoor patios for bars and restaurants. There's a staff report with recommendations, and I do have a motion. Would anybody need to hold this item now, or can we try to deal with it now? This motion, just to give you a little bit of background, is actually drafted by staff, and it's with regards to the the fees, and it's just to basically endorse the fact that we're not asking for fees for these patios. So we just want to formalize that, so it is on record. All those in favor, can we move it as a package?
Just
Is this
quickly,
going to
Madam
council?
Chair.
Sorry.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
if you could just give me a ballpark for how much money that is, like to waive all the fees?
Well, it depends. It depends on how many actually.
Hundreds of thousands, millions, or tens of millions?
Councillor, I'm going to have to hold it down. Staff would be the best.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm actually moving this on behalf of staff, so I'll hold it down and we can ask questions. I think it's fair. Is that okay, Councillor
Yes,
Fletcher?
Madam, yes, just if staff are going to come back with that, if they could just come back with how, if there's multiple users in a plaza, how it's determined, how they get the sign off, what's required for the sign
Okay,
off.
we'll hold it down and have the opportunity to ask questions. Item 21.8, just one thing, Nancy, if you can post the motion so councillors also have the opportunity to actually, since we're holding it down. Councillors will post it so you have an opportunity to review the motion as well in case you have other questions.
Thank you.
21.8, 7080 Yonge Street in the City of Vaughan, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, request for direction report. There's a staff report with recommendations. Would anybody like to hold it? Seeing none, I move the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
We just passed one out of
21.9, housekeeping amendments to Municipal Code Chapter 363, construction and demolition bylaw. There's a staff report with recommendations. Are there any councillor that would like to hold this? Seeing that there's no, we'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 21.10, update on short-term rental regulations. There's a staff presentations and speakers on the item. 21.11, subcommittee on the protection of affordable rental housing. We have a speaker register on this item. 21.12, RentSafeTO. We also have a speaker on this item. And final item, 21.13, request to province on status and timing of funding commitments for new schools in Central Waterfront. Are there any councillors that would need to hold this item? Seeing none, I move the recommendations in the letter from Councillor Cressy. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, we will now back to item number 1. Modular Housing Initiative, Phase 2 sites, 175 Cummer Avenue and Trenton Cedarvale Avenue. We'll start with speakers, and first we have Brad Barbeau. Not present, okay. Michael Robinson. Michael, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes, and you can start.
Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Michael Robinson, and my family lives on Woodbine around the corner from the East York site. I'm not a NIMBY. I've lived in and served on the board of a housing cooperative in Etobicoke. I know how well social housing can work. I wrote to Councillor Bradford to say that if he'd announced a dozen small-scale homes spread throughout the East End to house people escaping homelessness, including one in our neighborhood, I would be supportive. But that's not what is being proposed. Some people will point out potentially negative impacts of this type of housing on local residents, the school, and the park, and they will suggest that you move it to a different location. I'm not here to suggest that. I'm asking you to consider 2 serious problems with your proposal. First is the format of the housing, a large concentration of single occupancy units. Last fall, former Mayor John Sewell wrote a column praising the city's housing initiative, but warning that the execution is likely to fail. Sewell, a progressive reformer, advocated for similar housing for housing insecure men way back in the 70s. He points out that other forms of social housing in the Dundas Sherbourne development have been successful, but the concentrated single occupancy housing has not. You may believe that you found the secret sauce to make this work, but where's the proof? Aside from being faster to build, I haven't read anything that convinces me that this modular initiative will be anything other than a repeat of past mistakes. If you have proof that it works, your messaging should lead with that. But the secrecy of your work and the 11th hour announcement only adds to the community's distrust. Phase 1 should be used as a proof of concept. Document pre-construction data on metrics such as property crime, assaults, drug offenses, traffic, parking, property values, and track those over a couple of years to determine the impact. Equally important would be to track the outcomes for the home's residents. Is this form of housing a healthy place to live with positive outcomes for the residents? Or is it just as problematic as all the other times it's been tried? Prove it works before potentially making the same mistakes again. I've heard that the federal deadline means we have to rush. That is not an acceptable excuse for steamrolling ahead with a model that has failed so consistently in the past. Local politicians should lobby their federal counterparts for an extension. I believe that everyone genuinely wants to create effective solutions for people experiencing homelessness. Let's work with the feds to make sure we have the time to do that. That brings me to my second point. Even if you can prove that you found the secret sauce to make this form of housing work for all, you are on the verge of committing an even more egregious sin. Imagine your counterparts in another city who have been tasked with building affordable housing for families. Their whiteboard would be filled with ideas like a school, playground, splash pad, pool, baseball diamond, skateboard park, arena, and a community center with programming for children. Finally, someone might joke, and I want all those things right across the street from the site. Everyone would laugh at the impossibility of finding such a site. When you are eventually tasked with building affordable housing for families, and you conduct a similar exercise, you'll get a sick feeling in the pit of your stomach. You'll be filled with regret and shame over the fact that you had the perfect site right here. You'll know that you have failed needy families by squandering this site in the name of political expediency. And that will be true even if the large, concentrated, single-occupancy housing works. Imagine how you'll feel if it doesn't work. You'll have failed the local residents, the school community, park users, needy families, and yes, even individuals trying to escape homelessness. I beg you to do one thing before your committee decides to send this proposal to council. Look at yourself in the mirror. Try to tell yourself that building this proposed housing on this site is a better choice than reserving the site for affordable homes for families. You won't be able to do it. You won't be able to look at yourselves in the mirror and lie like that. You are public servants. We should be able to trust you to make the very best decisions for our city and its people. This proposal clearly isn't it. Build housing for homeless people. Build housing for needy families. And put it in all communities, including ours. But please don't make this mistake. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next we have...
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Brian Ma. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Brian Ma, and I'm a director on the board of directors and treasurer of the East York Curling Club. The club is full with more than 700 members, and we utilize the City of Toronto facility located across from Stan Wadlow Park at 901 Cosburn Avenue. The club has understood that the City of Toronto has approved a modular housing initiative, which includes a site located near the club at Trenton and Cedarvale Avenues. The East York Curling Club holds no position on this housing initiative or its location. However, the club and its membership have an interest in the implications of this initiative for parking in the area. The club understands that the Trenton and Cedarvale site currently provides 70 parking spaces that serve mainly recreation facilities in the immediate vicinity. The public posting indicates that the city's community liaison team has reached out to many local stakeholders to have follow-up meetings specifically on this issue. This came as a surprise to the East York Curling Club board, as the East York Curling Club has not been contacted about this issue. As the primary user of the largest nearby parking lot, we would have expected to have been advised as stakeholder of interest. The city staff report indicates that a vehicle parking study was performed by the BA group to assess existing parking demand and an assessment of potential alternative locations and methods for how that parking demand could be accommodated. and that the study found that there are opportunities and options to address parking demand that could result from the loss of the parking lot. As a stakeholder, the club would appreciate the ability to read the study so that we can have a clear understanding of the study methodology and results. Was it performed pre-pandemic when typical usage could be observed? What time of year and times of day were considered? Parking in the area varies throughout the year, week and day, due to seasonal variations in activities, such as the East York Baseball and Swimming Pool during the summer, the East York Hockey Leagues during the winter. Did the study consider all these variations in times of use? The East York Curling Club is very concerned that the study may have identified the East York Curling Club parking lot as a neighborhood lot that could have capacity to absorb a portion of the lost parking. The East York Curling Club parking lot is currently a dedicated lot for the club and has been for decades. During the curling season, which runs from October to April, the club is very busy 7 days a week, day and night. When the club is open, there are usually about 50 to 100 members at the club at any given time, the vast majority of whom arrive by driving. At most times during the season, particularly in the evenings and on weekends, the East York Curling Club lot is completely full. It is not uncommon for some members arriving to the club already needing to seek parking on Cosburn Avenue or other nearby local streets. During the curling season, the lot does not have the capacity to receive any additional parking from other neighborhood users. Additionally, our members have observed that when events are taking place at the East York Memorial Arena or Stan Wadlow Park during the curling season, Cedarvale Avenue is full with parked vehicles. Our club membership is, on average, an older demographic. More than 1/3 of our members are seniors, and it would be of significant concern if they were forced to seek alternate parking in another location on a regular basis. The other parking alternatives appear to be a fairly significant walk from the East York Curling Club. The East York Curling Club is also concerned about the negative impact on local residents if East York Curling Club members were required to seek street parking in the neighborhood. It is the East York Curling Club Board's position that we would like to fully understand the city's plan for managing this lost parking and whether the East York Curling Club lot is currently being considered as part of this plan, particularly if it is based on an erroneous assumption that it has excess capacity during the curling season. We look forward to hearing further from you. Thank you very much, councillors.
Thank you, Brian. Councillor Bradford, you have questions?
Thanks for the deputation, Brian. Would yourself and the board, folks at East York Curling Club, would you be willing to participate in further discussions with the project team, the consultant team, about how we're going to resolve these parking issues?
Absolutely, we would.
Okay. I'd appreciate your input, not dismissing the parking concerns around Stan Wadlow Park. Very familiar, of course, with your site and the adjacent parking lot. So if you're willing to come to the table and have those conversations, I think that would be really helpful for the project.
Yeah. We'd be happy to do so.
Okay, we'll be in touch. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Brian. Next, we have John Burns. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Go ahead, John.
Hello, my name is John Burns, and I'm grateful to have the time and consideration from this committee with regards to the proposed facility at Trenton, Cedarvale. My family and I live adjacent to Stan Wadlow and Cosburn. We walk through Stan Wadlow and Taylor Creek daily. Although our daughter is not yet old enough, she will soon attend elementary school at Parkside Public School. Our family is supportive of mixed income housing, although we have deep concerns about this particular proposal. During my time today, I do not wish to comment on the project itself, but rather on the process that is being facilitated by this committee. On February 16th,
John, we're having some difficulty. If you can just continue to speak very close to the mic. It seems like sometimes you just go a bit away from the mic and we have some difficulty hearing you.
Thank you. Is it possible to pause the time so I can finish my statement?
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
Thank you. On February 16th, this committee outlined their responsibility, and I quote, "The city will undertake a multifaceted community engagement process for each site to provide residents with an opportunity to review and provide feedback on the modular housing proposals. I wish to share my voice and what I believe to be the voice of many in the community that this process is not being done adequately or in good faith. Messaging from Councillor Bradford has been troubling. On February 23rd, Councillor Bradford posted a public bulletin. In that bulletin, he outlined that he had already heard and understands the concerns of residents. His public sentiment that community feedback has already been heard is deeply surprising to me. I've made multiple attempts to contact my councillor and have only received the same templated responses as my neighbours, none of which address my direct concerns or inquiries. With regards to the bulletin shared for the community engagement meeting, feedback has been defined and, as I quote, provide feedback on some building and site design elements, such as lighting, pathways, and landscaping. Unsurprisingly, it is hard to accept these limitations as genuine attempts at community consultation. Relatedly, multiple bulletins have gone out with different times for the meeting. One indicates 6 p.m. and the other 7 p.m. The bulletin currently links to Toronto.ca modular housing, which at this time has no details on how to join or participate in the meeting. There are 15 days remaining before the community engagement meeting. It's unclear what attempts at outreach have been made and if many members of the community are yet to be informed about this proposal. Notwithstanding this troubling attempts at communication, the narrow timeline does not provide adequate opportunity for meaningful discourse or understanding. Specifically, if this committee is sincere in their efforts for achieving adequate community consultation, information around the site should be provided in advance of the community engagement meeting. It is enormously difficult to understand the rationale for site location and success metrics for the long-term health of this proposed facility. This committee should be beholden to their goals, which outline providing an opportunity to review site proposals. I will provide some non-limiting recommendations for materials that have yet to be provided. What selection metrics were used to evaluate the site location? Can this information be made public and disseminated immediately? What criteria was used to evaluate a location directly besides an elementary school? What was the risk evaluation for a high-density shelter immediately adjacent to the school? What other locations were considered? Why were they dismissed? I have concerns about the impact on neighborhood safety. The FAQ on Toronto modular housing addresses this concern by saying that they do not anticipate any increased public safety issues. What are the metrics and criteria used to evaluate this outcome? When and where was this evaluated? Why is this documentation not being provided? What tripwires are put in place to ensure that this does not change in future? If the community experiences a negative impact, what is the protocol for resolution? Incidentally, as reported by CBC and CTV News, a shelter that was rushed in Midtown near Broadway led to a city employee being stabbed, piles of discarded needles, frequent defecation outside of adjacent daycares, and an increase in residential and commercial break-ins and vandalism. There was also a weapons charge for an illegal firearm. What selection criteria is being used for the residents in this particular proposal? Why is this facility only being considered for single-tenant housing? Would low-income families not benefit most from the public amenities in the specific community? Where is the information about the proposed management structure of this facility? At what capacity will the city be involved to safeguard long-term quality of care for both prospective residents and the surrounding community? What is the current correspondence and feedback from key stakeholders, not including nearby neighbors? What outreach has been done and feedback that can be provided with the wider community with regards to trustees of the Parkside Public School, the East York Baseball Association, East York Memorial Arena, and Laura Stover representing Stan Wadlow? Lack of clear information is exacerbated by the incredibly short notice. It is enormously challenging to form fact-based opinions and concerns in the 3 weeks between becoming informed and having to provide feedback. I urge this committee to allocate the appropriate amount of time to better inform this community so that meaningful discourse can be achieved. This should not be done under the pressure of impending NZO. Rushing this process will be harmful to both the community and any new potential residents. I would appreciate a response to all my inquiries. I'm happy to send a transcript as needed. Immediately, I would request if the committee could clarify the following. Firstly, at what point does the committee seek to obtain a minister's zoning order to expedite this process? Secondly, is the MZO contingent on community consultation? Lastly, what can this committee do to urgently address the failure in appropriate communication and access to information? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, John. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much for the deputation. Thanks for reaching out. Thanks for being here with us this morning. I've heard from the community that March 17th is too long for a period between when this was announced and when we'd have an opportunity to provide feedback. So I have scheduled a meeting for Monday, this coming Monday, online, 7 p.m. Would you be able to participate in that meeting or have someone participate in that meeting so we could get some answers to some of your questions?
I will absolutely participate. Could you please reply to my 3 direct inquiries, or at least the first 2 points?
Yeah, I'm happy to have a conversation with you to reply to all of your inquiries, all of them. I understand that you've sent emails and correspondence and you've got form responses. That would be because we've received hundreds of pieces of correspondence over the weekend, and we're working through them. But we're going to have community meetings. We're
Sorry,
going to,
specifically the inquiries around the timing of the minister's zoning order.
well, we are discussing that today, John, and I appreciate your deputation, and you and I will be able to continue this conversation offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, John. Next, we have Derek McPherson. Good morning, Derek.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the time to speak this morning. My name is Derek McPherson, and I live, adjacent to the modular housing Phase 2 site at Trenton Cedarvale Avenue. I'd like to start by saying that overall, I think this is an excellent initiative and has the potential to be an excellent use of tax dollars, lifting hundreds of people out of homelessness if executed correctly. Based on, however, what I have read, for this type of development to be successful and integrate into the community and to work properly, the community needs to support it and be part of the solution for these people. For myself and my neighbors, this is very difficult, since the only information we've received on the project was from Moratorium, Mr. Bradford's announcement just over a week ago. That announcement said that this development was going to be ready to be occupied before year end. As of this morning, when I walk my children to school, there's still no sign on the site indicating that any development is planned, as you would typically have for a major zoning change that's required here. It's very difficult for us to come out and support something that we don't know anything about. Based on my understanding of the chain of approvals, and I echo the last speaker's comments as to when, as to how this is going, the timing of this goes, but once this committee approves, it'll be approved by City Council. It's scheduled to be approved by City Council on March 10th. And the first community consultation until Mr. Bradford has elected to do his event on the 8th wasn't scheduled to the 17th, suggesting that this facility was going to be approved, that the zoning change was going to be approved by City Council before any of the community or stakeholder voices were heard. My understanding is that normally when this type of development requires a zoning change is undertaken, there's a number of studies that have to be completed, ranging in the dozens to 2 dozen range, community consultation, etc. If we were talking about a private 64-unit condo on this site by a private corporation, it would probably take years to construct. Why is it so different for this public project? The plan to use the ministerial zoning order to make changes versus going through the normal amendment process The plan to use the ministerial zoning order to make changes versus going through the normal amendment process that is designed for community stakeholders to be properly engaged and informed and consulted on a development like this does not seem like a good way to engage the community stakeholders to help them be in support of the project and to ensure the project's success. One of my key concerns is that the introduction of 64 single dwellings into a small area. There's only about 100 households east of Woodbine, north of Cosburn, and south of O'Connor, where about 70% are families with children. Is going to be a significant change. The project is going to have a permanent impact on the community that surrounds it, stakeholders in the area, including Parkside Elementary School, the East York Baseball Association, users of the East York Memorial Arena, and many users of the Stan Wadlow and Taylor Creek Parks and the Kiwanis Pool. However, the process being undertaken by the City of Toronto, with limited information being provided to the local residents or consultation with them, is very concerning to me and my neighbors, making it almost impossible for me to support a project that we know very little about. Personally, I have a very long list of concerns, and I have sent them to Councillor Bradford and Deputy Mayor Balio, along with the other elected officials in the area, but there's not time to detail them all here. My request of this committee is rather that going through the process and requesting the use of a ministerial zoning order to make the required amendments to the site to build this modular housing, is that this project proceed through the normal process that's designed to ensure proper consultation impact assessments are completed. This project is going to have a permanent impact on the community. I would think that it's worthwhile to take the time to ensure that it's done correctly so that not only the project can be a success, but the community can be in best position to accept it and move it ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek, any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks, Derek, for joining us today. Next, we have Kira Heineck. Good morning, Kira.
Hello. Hold on, sorry, I'm just making sure I'm connected. Can you?
Yeah, we can hear
me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I've got some background noise here, but it's ending. Okay. Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Sorry, my apologies. I'm just getting rid of some background noise. Okay, here we go. So I'm here today on behalf of the Alliance to put our unequivocal support for the Phase 2 modular housing sites on the record. As we've noted often before, the city's modular housing initiative is critical to addressing city's own approved targets of building a minimum of 18,000 new supportive homes before 2030 and meeting the goal of 3,000 new permanent homes in the September 2020 two-year housing action plan. Since Phase 1 started in April 2020 or May, the city has successfully opened the first 2 buildings, creating 110 permanent new homes for people who were previously homeless, and all within 8 months. Both buildings are operated by a partnership of 2 proven nonprofit community and supportive housing providers and have opened and continue to operate smoothly. This is an unprecedented success. Of course, not everyone is immediately welcoming of including housing for people previously homeless in their neighborhoods. There are many reasons for this, but experience has shown here in Toronto and many other places that adding new homes like these do not result in the outcome some first fear. We'd be very happy to continue to provide that evidence or sources of that evidence to you and constituents, of course. It's also worth restating today that there's homelessness in every neighborhood in Toronto. If you do not see it, it's because people are trying to survive in unsafe and out-of-sight places like ravines or cars or couch surfing. And anyone can become homeless, even people who are currently secure in their housing. We've seen this over and over again, and we know it includes individuals as much, if not more, than families, meaning that we need supportive housing for everyone. We also know that if people can find support and services once they become homeless in their own communities, they're much more likely and quickly to turn things around and return to housing, meaning that we need more affordable and supportive housing in every ward, in every neighborhood in Toronto. It's also why we urge you to approve the recommendations in today's report to request the Minister's zoning order from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. This was requested and received in Phase 1, and Minister Clark was pleased to grant it, noting in his public remarks the value of the Modular Housing Initiative to Toronto and to our collective efforts to address homelessness. I speak to you today in my capacity with the Alliance, but I can also speak to the process of building a modular housing site in Phase 1 from personal experience. I am a mother and a property owner living very close to one of the first sites and participated in the consultation processes. I found that almost every initial concern of residents was addressed when people were given a chance to learn more about what the actual facts tell us of the impact of housing and services for people experiencing homelessness in neighborhoods really is. After engaging with evidence that supportive housing does not affect property values or increase crime, and learning more about how people experiencing homelessness are not that much different overall than people with housing in their rates of mental health, addictions, and criminality, my fellow community members became more comfortable, and the conversation shifted to one of how we could best welcome and include our new neighbors. And I should note that we're also very close to an elementary school. I note this to offer encouragement that integrating supportive housing in communities is possible, and that I've seen the Housing Secretariat's commitment to and success with community consultations firsthand. So in conclusion, we want to place today's discussions in the context of this committee's and council's commitments to delivering more housing for people experiencing homelessness in Housing TO and other initiatives. This includes meeting the target of building 1,000 modular housing units. We and many others noted the almost unanimous and impassioned response to the Phase 1 of this initiative during the April 2020 committee and council cycle, and we were proud of our city representatives. We encourage you to not stop now in championing housing that ends homelessness, even if it can be rough in some steps along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Kira.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Sarah Salvatore. Is she with us? No, okay. Sean Mahar, is he signed on? Okay, I'll come back to Sean later. Saman Tasnishta?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Saman. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Saman Tabasinajad, and I am speaking to you all today to ask all city councilors on this committee to vote yes on the modular housing project proposed for the Cummer site in Willowdale, as well as the one in East York. I'm a Willowdale resident, and it has been heartbreaking to witness how those who are experiencing homelessness and living in encampments are being treated. Housing is a human right, and we need to rapidly build more units of affordable and supportive housing to ensure that those who need it have access to it. Right now, advocates say that 1,000 to 1,500 people are living outside or in encampments. We know that people are dying because of the lack of access to supportive and affordable housing. People are freezing to death outside because there is no safe options inside. The COVID outbreaks in shelters put unhoused people at further risk. I'm also deeply frustrated with the city's injunction on Khalil Sieve right. If you believe the tiny shelters are unsuitable to live in, then I call on the mayor to expropriate empty hotels and apartments to house those who are experiencing homelessness so they won't be forced to live outside. It is not fair that those experiencing homelessness in Ontario are 5 times more likely to die. The homelessness crisis is a public health issue. There are shelters that have outbreaks with a new variant of COVID-19, so it's incumbent upon all of us to act. 3 years ago, I wrote an article in a local newspaper about the 2018 cold snap and how it exposed our city's homelessness crisis. And now here we are, 3 years later, in the middle of another winter, but this time during a pandemic. The homelessness crisis is only getting worse. Where would these people be? Where would our city be today if city councilors took action to help unhoused people? We need to act now. Although unhoused people need more support, this modular housing project is a step in the right direction. We need to act faster and house more people. People are dying, and it is not right. I'm asking you today to vote in favor of taking the next step on the modular housing project. Toronto needs to adopt more projects like this and end homelessness. Lastly, I'm calling on all city councilors and the mayor to take rapid action and in order to end homelessness here in Toronto. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you, Saman. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Mark Richardson. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly. Go ahead.
Excellent. Good morning, councillors. Volunteers from our HousingNowTO.com Civic Tech and Open Data project have closely followed the rapid approval and delivery of the first 2 modular housing sites on your city-owned lands. We congratulate the city on delivering these sites within 8 months of their original proposal, providing a total of 100 units of new supportive housing in existing stable neighborhood zoned areas by using the appropriate use of minister's zoning orders. We look forward to seeing the same speed and scale of delivery of the 2 modular housing sites that are now proposed at Cummer and Trenton. Many of our volunteers are East Enders who live in Councillor Bradford's ward. We also support Out of the Cold and similar programs on the Danforth. We've seen the ugly and the paranoid language that is being used in some of the East York discussion groups when they're discussing supportive housing at the site at Trenton and Cedarvale. The fear-mongering you can clearly see in the comments on the change.org petition that Charlotte Jenkins submitted to your committee. And frankly, they're as wrong as they are unsurprising. It's the same kind of language that we have seen from local residents on both the previous modular housing sites in 2020 and every time a new Out of the Cold program tried to establish itself in a new church over the last 20 plus years. The City of Toronto has a target of creating 18,000 new supportive housing units by 2030. We literally need to be creating 2,000 new units like these modular housing sites every single year for the next decade. There's simply no way to deliver on the city's affordable housing targets that won't upset people in every neighborhood. This is a time that's going to call for your political leadership to repeatedly do the right thing despite local protests. Our volunteers fully support the use of MZOs on all of the city's modular housing and Housing Now sites, as they are the only way to avoid many residents' associations in the city abusing the process to drag out the approval of new affordable housing for an additional 2 to 3 years on every site. All they need to do is file a TLAB appeal, which is what they were going to do on the 90 Mill Street site for your Open Doors program. We would also suggest that it is now time for the neighbors around the Trenton site to do a little bit of soul searching. And in fact, for all Torontonians to do it. We're approaching the 1-year anniversary of the COVID-19 lockdowns in Toronto. As neighbors, we know there are already homeless encampments in East York, including ones that are in the parks and ravines near the proposed site on Trenton. The choice for the Stan Wadlow neighborhood groups is not, do we want people who need supportive housing in our neighborhood? The choice before you today is, would you rather those people be out of sight in a tent in your local ravine or in a safe and supportive permanent housing on this dumb-free parking lot? Our volunteers are always happy to share open and accurate data on affordable housing with any city councillor or community that requires it, or to help ensure the ongoing success in meeting the City of Toronto's 2030 housing targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions of the Speaker? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks for the deputation. I know in Toronto we've seen, you know, in some instances we asked to use MZOs, and in other circumstances, you know, it feels like MZOs are used against us. What would your position be on the appropriate time to use MZOs?
While they're controversial, MZOs are the only way to deliver new affordable housing at the speed and scale in Toronto to meet your approved goals. MZOs are like chemotherapy of the affordable housing process in Ontario. They're powerful, they're kind of toxic, they shouldn't be handed out at random, but when appropriately used, MZOs save lives. From the beginning of the Housing Now program over 2 years ago, we've advised council that regular and repeated use of MZOs are the only way you're going to meet your council-approved targets. You know, today we're only talking about 128 units on 2 different sites. There's no way for you to get to 18,000 units of new supportive housing over the next 9 years if every 50 to 60 unit site needs to go through a 2 to 3 year consultation and then approval process that the homeowners have requested today. The math just isn't there for that. So, you know, MZOs are not evil. MZOs are not communism, as some people have said online this week. If your city council is in any way serious about achieving your Housing 2030 targets, MZOs are frankly mandatory.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? The Speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Philip Wu. Philip, good morning.
Good morning.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, councillors and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Philip Wu. The first speaker, Michael Robinson, made a great start to this item. I have stated all my points. I agree with all his points. I'm going to keep this short. I think we can all agree that the City of Toronto has a significant housing crisis that won't get resolved in a hurry. I know you have been working hard to come up with different solutions. Housing TO 2020-2030 Action Plan provides a blueprint for action across the full housing spectrum, from homelessness to rental and ownership housing to long-term care for seniors. I believe you have a good blueprint. For example, one of the main initiatives is Housing Now by Create-TO. The Housing Now initiative is investing in city-owned lands across Toronto to build affordable housing in mixed-income, livable communities near transit. To date, there are 17 sites identified with about 12,500 homes and 4,700 affordable rental units. That's a big step forward. We are on the right track, but we still have a lot of work to do. But let's not rush this modular units for homeless simply because of the deadline of federal funding and a shortcut mechanism of the MZOs. Let's take the time and plan properly and look at a 10-year housing TO plan as a whole and not placing the shelters wherever you can find space as fast as possible with no consultation, because that's how the community feels you're doing. Let's not further erode public trust in the council and city without proper consultation and planning. I'm sure you're aware of a petition, Say No to MZO, which have gathered more than 1,600 signatures in less than 48 hours. Other speakers have talked about the Trenton Cedarvale Avenue project. The same points are all valid for 175 Cummer site. So let's talk about the 175 Cummer site as an example. There's the Willowdale Manor, which is city-owned affordable housing for seniors with 247 units. Adjacent to the Willowdale Manor, you have the long-term care facility, Cummer Lodge, with 391 long-term care beds. The site is currently zoned RM with maximum of 2 stories. The area mainly consists of single detached homes. There is a site-specific exception limiting use permissions to a senior's home. There's a reason this exception is there. The site should stay that way. Keep it as senior use. The Housing TO Plan, Part 6, talk about meet the diverse housing needs of seniors. By 2030, the senior population will increase by 59%, or some 700,000 seniors. There are significant concerns over shortages of affordable, accessible, and well-maintained housing and long-term care beds. Let's be proactive and not reactive. Be proactive in resolving shortages of affordable, accessible, and well-maintained housing and long-term care beds for seniors. After all, seniors and long-term care homes were the hardest hit during this pandemic. Without the seniors or our parents, we wouldn't be here today. Let's not be reactive and take shortcut with the MZOs without proper planning, simply because there are millions of free money from the feds that you have to use by the end of the year. Don't make the same mistakes similar to Phase 1 or the Roehampton example. There is so much work to be done in terms of resolving the affordable housing crisis. Government and communities need to work together to find solutions. Our elected officials cannot simply bulldoze communities to push through projects with MZOs. Let's work together and move forward with the Housing TO Plan harmoniously and involve the community. Let's take the blueprint of Housing TO Plan and move forward thoughtfully and plan properly and execute that blueprint and not rushing projects. Let's utilize the 175 Cummer site, use it for affordable, accessible, well-maintained housing for seniors, but please don't rush the projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. I'm going to try Sean Mahar. Is he available now? No, Sean is not with us. Okay. I believe this concludes the list of speakers on this item. Questions of staff? Councillors, anybody has questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, just a question to staff. So we've heard from a number of deputants that there hasn't been any consultation meetings. So, but the recommendation we have before us is the consultation meetings start in March. So can you just give a little, an update on what sort of consultation has been done to date?
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor Nunziata. So we're beginning the community consultation right now. We have currently 2 scheduled meetings on the 9th of March and also the 17th of March for each of the sites. And as Councillor Bradford indicated earlier, he has a desire to do an additional meeting on the 8th of March as well. So we're just in the process of supporting that being set up. So we're beginning that process to open up consultation to the broader community. And also alongside that, we're also, through our consultancy, reaching out to many key stakeholders, engaging them around the project, making sure that they have the information that they need, answering a lot of questions. So we're right in the middle of that engagement process right now.
Thank you.
Are you done, Councillor Nunziata? Okay, great. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, could you just describe the model, please, in the modular homes that were set up already, noting that some of the deputants are mixing up the Roehampton site, which is a shelter, with modular housing, which is supportive. So could you outline who is running those other modular housing and how that operation will be undertaken?
Yes, through the chair, Councillor Fletcher. So the approach that we're taking is to lease the building to a non-profit organization that has a strong track record in delivering supportive housing to those people experiencing homelessness in our city. So for the first 2 modular housing buildings, this is the Neighbourhood group in partnership with Cota Health, and they were chosen through a process where we invited competition, we examined their track record and their approach. They will be providing, or they are providing, in the first 2 buildings 24/7 staffing on site. And really the focus is to provide wraparound support services that help people maintain their units. Each of the units is a self-contained unit, so it has its own kitchen and bathroom, and each of the residents will be a tenant. And the Neighbourhood group are the landlords. So all of the tenants have both rights and responsibilities in terms of looking after their home, being staff to support them with life skills. There's a food program on site. There's support to navigate to healthcare services, anything that they might need to improve the health and well-being improve their own health and well-being.
So there might be a supportive housing provider, somebody that already does housing, that's an East End agency that might have that role, which is
that
to
would
work
be ideal. Yes.
with the new residents and maintain just good, healthy housing and healthy relationship with the surrounding community. Is that part of the role of the provider?
Yes, absolutely. A key role of the provider is to either bring connections to the local area with them and or build them in the new location. So ideally it would be great if we had, interest in the nonprofit operators who already have local connections with the neighborhood, and equally working with, as we work through with the neighborhood, identifying key organizations that we can link with so that it makes the integration of this building and the new residents all that much more successful.
And I just want to be clear, so I think there's probably a lot of people watching around what the consultation is. The consultation isn't about whether or not this is coming to this site, I believe. The consultation is about how it would fit, or some of the traffic issues, raising some operational side, how it will work. But is the consultation designed to say yes or no? I don't think that's the city's model.
Well, maybe I'll just say a couple of things and hand it over to Kerry in planning, in terms of the planning engagement.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, the staff have identified these sites as being suitable for residential apartment buildings and with support services. So we want to move forward on these sites in relation to using them for supportive housing. However, we are interested to get input from the community in terms of the design and the location of the buildings, and to provide information about the way the buildings will be run. I don't know, Kerry, if you wanted to add anything regarding the engagement that planning will be hearing.
Yes, through the chair, I think it's really important to note that one of the key distinctions between phase 1 and phase 2 is the fact that not only are we having community engagement, but this report is coming to committee twice. The first round, we did not have the opportunity to present the report to committee. And so today has provided a great opportunity for community members to come forward to committee, express any issues and concerns that they have. We will then go out on each of the sites, conduct community consultations. There may be more focused consultations if there's specific issues, such as the issue around the parking. And then we'll be coming back to committee. So there's two opportunities through this process for the public and the community to come out and speak to any concerns that they have. And following which we will be making recommendations to the minister as to what would be required in a minister's zoning order, assuming council adopts the report today.
Okay, thank you. And then I think Councillor Bradford's having a number of consultations. So there's quite a few moments for input, I think you're describing. Thank you.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. So I think these will be to our ED of Housing Secretariat. Could you summarize for folks the site selection process for modular housing, and what are the key considerations that go into that site selection process?
Yes, through the chair, thank you, Councillor Bradford. So there has been an extensive site selection process that has been ongoing over the last 18 months for sites for modular housing, both for phase 1, phase 2, and also for the Rapid Housing Initiative. So staff have been looking at the size of site, how large it is, whether it is flat and unencumbered, whether it is owned by the city, whether we have control in order to be able to move forward quickly to deliver the housing. We're also looking at the location of the sites in relation to community retail amenities and also transportation, and also environmental considerations, other due diligence that's done with the sites to ensure that we can move forward quickly and deliver the sites within the time scale that we've identified and the council has approved in order to be able to respond to the homelessness crisis that we're experiencing.
So these two sites, the one here in East York and the one in Willowdale, these represent sites number 3 and 4 of our modular housing initiative. How many sites do we anticipate that we will have in total across the city?
We're anticipating around, over this year, around 7 sites in total. We looked at many sites in order to try to move forward on the sites. We're still doing due diligence on some of the sites that will be coming forward later. And it might be, as people have already pointed out, the fact that we have a target of over 1,000 modular units as part of that 18,000 target. So we continue to look for sites based on the criteria that I've outlined.
How many sites would you, if you were to give me a ballpark, have you looked at with respect to landing these 2 sites, Willowdale, East York? Was it like 2 sites? Was it 10 sites, 40 sites? What's the order of magnitude?
Our colleagues in CreateTO and CREM who are assisting us with this process collectively, I think the staff team have looked at over 50 sites and continue to identify new sites. People bring forward sites for us to review or make us aware of sites, and we're constantly reviewing our long list. So it's a very extensive process. And we have been challenged to find sites that we feel can be developable within the time frame that council has laid out for us. And so that is a big part of the choice of sites.
And the most important thing, really the only factor, is the appropriateness of the sites, the ability to roll this out quickly to address our housing crisis. It's not something about, oh, we need a site for Ward 19 or we need a site in the west end or the east end. It's literally where the sites are. That's what you're looking at.
Yes, through the chair, absolutely. There is no community in our city right now that's immune to homelessness. So we're really looking everywhere. We see the need to increase supportive housing in every community. And so it's really about trying to find a balance between a suitable site location, our ability to move that forward quickly, and the long-term success of that location as well, because these are sites that will be there permanently. And so we want to make sure that the residents who move in and the communities into which they move into, that it's a successful outcome for everybody.
Okay, I'm watching my clock time. I think I'm going to probably need a second round, but I want to talk about, there's a lot of concern from residents, and I think that comes from a lack of information, frankly. I think once we get the information out there, people are going to be much more comfortable and supportive here. But you heard it in some of the deputations this morning, the confusion or conflating modular housing, which are self-contained apartment units with folks who have leases, and a shelter system, and the regrettable comparison to the situation Roehampton Midtown. Could you walk us through the difference between how modular housing initiative differs from a shelter, for example?
So the primary difference is that each of these residents who move in, each of these units that we build are homes. They have a front door with a lock that can close. Inside each apartment, there is a kitchen area and a bathroom, a fully self-contained dwelling unit. And residents they become tenants of the building. They have to sign a tenancy agreement and pay rent and adhere to all of the same types of rules with regard to tenancy agreements that any renter would have to adhere to. So these are apartment buildings with studio apartments and renters living in them. In addition, though, we layer on the additional support, the staffing support, so that residents can be successful. But these are rental apartment buildings like any others that you would find in the city. And so therefore different from a shelter where people don't have that level of privacy or ability to, they don't have the same facilities and amenities that they would in this apartment building. So those are the primary differences.
So really it's self-contained apartment units with all the supports, kitchen, everything you would need, front door locks, and the addition of 24/7 support services on site. And those would be two key distinguishing factors.
That's correct, yes.
I'll ask Madam Chair, do you want me to hit pause here and come back for a second round? I have a few more questions, or do you want me to continue?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. So we were just talking about the support services, and I think that is so critical. Could you talk me through the process of how we bring a housing provider and support agency on site, and what types of services would be provided?
Yes, through the chair. So similarly to last time, it will be our intention to issue a request for proposals, which is a competitive process where we invite nonprofit providers to indicate their interest and their track record and whether they're suitable for managing a building like this. We're really looking for both the experience of managing property management, being able to manage the building and the upkeep and keep the upkeep of the building how we would like it to be, but also the experience with supporting residents who've experienced homeless to live successfully. So those are some of the key criteria that we look for, and that is the way that we chose our partners for the first two modular housing, so Cota Health along with the Neighbourhood group, which came in partnership together. So we intend to use a similar process to choose the proponents, the nonprofit operators for these two buildings, as we think it will have a successful outcome. And through that process, there's lots of opportunity for us to think very specifically about the location of the building and the communities in which we're building them, and look for organizations that have a strong connection already to the communities in which these buildings are located.
In terms of the funding breakdown for these projects, we have the Rapid Housing Initiative, we have support from the federal government. We will definitely be relying on the province for operating dollars. Could you give us a sense of the funding breakdown from levels of government, and are there any sort of timing requirements that are associated with those funds?
Yeah, so for the Rapid Housing Initiative, we've received around $203 million in funding. We've also received both from the city and the city and the federal government under the Innovation Fund. We received about $47.5 million for the phase 2 modular. So the lion's share of the capital, all of the capital for under the Rapid Housing Initiative, the $203 million came from the federal government, and the city is providing the incentive package under Open Door and also the investment of the land for any sites under RHI. And then for modular phase 2, in the same way, the city is providing the land to these buildings and also around $28 million in funding towards the modular phase 2 and receiving around $26 million from the federal government as well. So the majority of capital is coming from the federal government, but the city is also investing land and incentives.
Time requirements on those funding commitments?
The Rapid Housing Initiative has a very strict requirement of occupancy by the end of the year. And it isn't just, we're not aiming to fulfill that timeline just because it happens to be a federal a consideration of the federal funding, but it is really a program that's designed to respond to the urgency and the seriousness of homelessness in our city. So that is why we're aiming to deliver on that. And then we also have requirements of similar timelines for delivery under the Innovation Fund for Modular Phase 2.
Thank you. I have a motion which you have seen and has been advance circulated, but and I'm grateful that you'll be attending our community meeting on Monday. I'm wondering that motion talks about setting up a community liaison committee as soon as possible. Could you talk us through how a CLC works, what you learned on the first phase with CLCs, and how that helps with the project?
That's your last question, Councillor.
Yes, through
That's
the chair.
my final question.
Through the chair. Yes, the community liaison committees have been a successful addition to the process. Many of the councillors that we've been working with have found them very useful, as have the communities that we've been working with. We find that during the early phase of the consultation, it's really often for communities and information gathering and understanding phase, but we're happy to talk with the community about setting up that community liaison committee as soon as possible. But on the first two sites, we found that it was really on the second meeting and following the second meeting that the community would start to be interested in that community liaison committee and put members forward. That process for putting membership forward is run by our consultants on behalf of both the councillor's office and the city staff, and they are committees of around 10 to 15 people, depending on the interest, with key stakeholders represented, depending on the proximity of the site to things like schools, libraries, other community, community spaces. So we have key stakeholders who are on those committees, as well as neighbours who live in close proximity to the building. So they're
okay,
very,
I will leave it there. Thank you,
okay.
Abby, and thanks to the committee for the generosity with the time.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee that have questions? No other questions? Okay, I do have some questions. To the Housing Secretariat, we do have thousands of supportive housing units in the City of Toronto already, correct?
Yes, we do. We have over 4,500 supportive homes across the city in many different housing forms.
And some of those housing forms are very similar to what we're proposing here, 64 units, 50 units of single occupancy. This is not new. It has been tested.
That's correct. Supportive housing is a common part of many cities across Canada. Many cities have a solid stock of supportive housing. It's just that we haven't been building very much new supportive housing in recent years due to the kinds of federal and provincial housing programs. But for example, in Toronto, a good example of buildings of kind of 70 to 90 units and a good operator would be somebody like St. Clair's Multifaith, who has at 25 Leonard, they have 77 units plus an infill. They also have other buildings, and they coordinate supports with other organizations very successfully in communities already. So this is Housing First is a tried and tested model that is held up to be a very good response to homelessness and something that really helps people transition back into community and improve health and well-being. So we're very much basing our approach on Housing First research and outcomes that have been seen to be successful, not just in Toronto, but across Canada and the world, actually.
Great, thank you. So to planning, these two sites are zone residential or mixed use?
Through the chair, both sites are designated as neighborhoods in the official plan, and they're both zoned for residential uses.
Okay, so today we have a report in front of us that says let's build modular housing, 64 units in here, which is in line with our official plan, correct?
That's correct.
So you are, as the planning principles are in place, and you are doing all the studies as you would do in a regular application. Is that correct? Are you skipping anything that a regular planning application would have to do?
No, we're not. We're consulting with the community. We're receiving full site plans. In fact, a key of getting out to the community was to get out before many of these matters were finalized so that we could get community input before the site plans were finalized.
And that's why today we don't have a zoning bylaw in front of us. What we have is the site, that it fits within our official plan, that it's in our neighborhoods, and you're basically saying we're going to create a zoning bylaw that will allow 64 residential bachelor units to come back with the final zoning report. Is that what is in front of us?
Yes, that is. And part of the report that will be coming back will be recommending what those changes to the zoning bylaw will require. Because at this point, we're not at the stage where we could make that recommendation to committee. And part of the community input will help us make those recommendations when we come back.
Okay. And just to be sure, zoning does not zone for people, right? You cannot zone on people's income, on people's health conditions, on people's supports that they need. Is that correct?
That is correct. You can only zone for the use of the land, not people zoning.
Okay. Thank you. Those were my questions. Any other questions? Final call? No? Okay. Thank you so much. Speakers, we have a visiting councillor, so I'm going to give him the opportunity to see if he would like to say a few words on this item.
Sure, thank you, and I won't take too long. The initial reaction in Willowdale has been positive, and I'm very proud of the community for that. I've not only had a lot of very supportive communications, but a large number of people saying we not only support this, but we want to know how we can help. So that part has been terrific. The community consultation meeting is next week. I'm sure there will be some bumps in that, but I do expect this project to go well. The part that makes me queasy is not the proposal itself, but the process. And I think, as all of you know, I'm kind of a stickler for the planning process. In this case, I can get up and defend the speed we're going at for a number of reasons. First of all, the staff did choose a very appropriate site from a planning point of view. The Willowdale site is a good one, and I don't think there's really so I think that's supportive from that point of view, even though the process is extremely abbreviated and there's the funding need. But I think mostly, as Abby just said, it's the obvious urgency in getting this done requires something other than the normal timelines. But I'll tell you what I'm really counting on, given the difficulty that the speed of this puts councillors in, really counting on the committee and council and the staff to do all things possible to make sure that these projects are a success, that enough thought goes into them, even though it's thought with, very restricted timelines, and that we put all of the financial resources that we need to make sure this goes well. So I'll tell you that so far, all of my interactions with staff have been wonderful. It's great to work with people who care so much about what they're doing. So it's, all of the conversations have been productive and a pleasure. Just want to make sure that that continues, and that we don't that none of the staff are hamstrung by any kind of limitations such as funding formulas or whatever that would cause us not to get the best possible likelihood of success with these projects. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Bringing into committee, members of the committee that would like to speak. Councillor Bradford.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that I'd like to move, and if we can just put that on the screen here. This has been advance circulated, and the motion does three things here. Responds to the feedback that we've been hearing from some of the deputations, and certainly in my inbox and on the phone. It asks that we take the first step on moving this project forward, but as you heard from staff there, not make any final planning decisions until the community consultation is complete. Second, it asks for a community liaison committee to be set up right away to improve the lines of community consultation. And third, it asks for the follow-up reporting, which will be coming back here to include analysis of some of the key concerns that have been raised. How we're going to tackle safety concerns for existing residents as well as the new residents coming in, how we're going to tackle parking concerns, and several other different issues that have been identified. So this is about ensuring that this project is successful. As we've heard from the deputations today, there has certainly been an outpouring of interest on the Trenton and Cedarvale site in my ward. And I want to thank all the folks who have taken the time to join us today, those who have written in to personally provided the correspondence on the item today. It's been a lot. I've spent the past week completely on the phone, inundated with outreach from residents. And well over the weekend. My office is plowing through literally hundreds of pieces of correspondence on this file. So it has been a lot, and we're working to get through that. I want to acknowledge off the top that the community engagement on this has not gone well. The city should have had signs up on the site. We should have had notices in the mailbox, day of the announcement or before. And stakeholders should have been contacted to get their feedback. Hearing from Brian at East York Curling Club, they've got a parking lot immediately adjacent to the site. They were never contacted. That's not right. And these are the basics. This is the fundamental information that you need when starting in a very important process like that. And it's how you build trust. So it's unfortunate that we're here on the back foot with respect to that. But I want to emphasize that this is the beginning of the process. The notification that you're getting that notification because this is the beginning of the process. And anyone who's concerned about being heard, let me reassure you that I am reading and hearing everything that you're saying. The good things, the supportive things, and the bad things, and the toxic things. I am seeing it all. So I don't think that we've heard all of the concerns yet. I think there will be more. And as you've heard today from staff, we can't actually finalize this process until we have in fact done that. With that said, we do have to move ahead. Yes, we've talked about the federal dollars and the timing, but more important than that, we have a housing crisis in Toronto. And we as a council have been saying that for years. And while it feels good to say and acknowledge these things, this is the real work of actually addressing it. This is what that looks like. We have people in encampments. We have people dying on our streets. That's not hyperbole. Those are facts. That's actually happening in this city. And we need to stop building shelters and start building housing. We need to make sure we have the supports in place to ensure that these residents are successful. And that is going to be crucial on this process. I think the speed, and you heard Councillor Fillion talk about that, the speed of this process is intended to reflect the urgency of the crisis. Now, there are going to be folks out there, and I have seen the comments, that are not interested in having a discussion or supporting this project, no matter what, no matter how long or how short the process is, they are not going to be there. I've seen the stigmatizing comments, the hate, the vitriol, and it's been disturbing. I am not going to tolerate the stigmatization of our most vulnerable residents. But I don't think that that's most people. And I do not think that that reflects the values of East York and this fantastic community. Everyone that saw the video about the parking lot, nearly 2.5 million views over the weekend. Twitter felt great to dunk on those residents, but I don't think that that's particularly helpful. But I do think it shows how much more work we have to do when it comes to building affordable housing in Toronto and having these difficult conversations. So, to my mind, I think most people have a lot of questions. They need more information and they need answers to the basic questions that anyone would have when a project like this comes forward. And they haven't gotten those answers yet. I'm not going to chastise them for having those questions and concerns. Instead, we actually need to do the work to come together and figure that stuff out. There will be consultation because this is the beginning of the process. And through my motion, I hope that we can get a lot more of the details and information that the community is looking for, get it onto the public record, and start focusing on our energy on addressing those concerns, working together, and making sure that this project is successful going forward. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors to speak on this item? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thanks to everybody that came today. Last night, I did get an email from somebody in East York who had gone for a run in the Don Valley over on my side of East York and had found somebody who is sleeping outside, no tent, no small hut, nothing, on a blanket. And they were devastated and took action right away. So I know that everyone who, no matter what they're thinking about this issue today, understands that we are on an emergency footing around homelessness and housing. And those of you who've tuned in today or know more about this, so many things on our agenda in dealing with maintaining housing. We have a subcommittee to keep people in their homes against eviction. We have a motion for Toronto Community Housing, no evictions during the pandemic. We have a whole other number of things on short-term rentals, trying to bring those apartments back into the rental market. We have Rent Safe, dealing with tenants in difficult conditions, including tenants who need help. So we are in an emergency, and this is an emergency response. I think it's really important to recognize that. Also got a message yesterday from a difficulty in East York over on Pape when a shelter was put in, and I really thank Councillor Bradford for making it very clear the difference between a shelter operation and a supportive housing operation. There's a tenancy there, not someone who's simply staying for a short period of time. And that was the Touchstone Youth Shelter on Pape, which is now called Kennedy Youth Shelter. It's for kids 16 to 24. When it went in, there was quite a ruckus about that shelter. It was across from the East York Community Center. It was close to a daycare, right across from William Burgess School. There was a lot of angst in the community. Of course, today, many people go on the coldest night of the year and walk in order to raise funds for Kennedy House, for Touchstone Youth Center. And just like our mayor today is extremely concerned about housing and homelessness and finding places for people, so was Mayor Dave Johnson back in 1990, who was mayor of East York at that time, who stood at the front of the line and said, we really need this service. So I just want everyone to know that these consultation meetings, and I know that Councillor Bradford will really go the distance on making sure it's a very good consultation, a very wholesome one, that this is going to be an important moment to do that. But many years ago, we did have a way we did things, the city, where you'd have a meeting ahead of time to say, would you like this or not? That was recognized as being against human rights, that we don't zone for people. We can't say to a condo owner, we don't like you, you're coming there. We can't say to a supportive housing operator, we don't like you. What we can do is make it the very, very, very best. And I have faith that in this conversation, that this community, East York is a very strong community-minded part of our city. They have very deep traditions, like a Christmas dinner for seniors that goes back over 30 years, where every Christmas day seniors come for 200 meals, sit-down meal. There is a real community. There are many in the community who can help step up. And I think as this gets moved through under the leadership of Councillor Bradford and good community consultation, that people will come to understand the importance and how they can help. I'll just give one last example of a supportive housing on Queen Street that had been a flop house, actually. And when Wood Green took it over, built housing for 25 men coming off the street. But many things that are there, there is lots of support services for them there. But that point, with the community outreach and talking to people about how important that was, about what's going on, it's a better place to live for these guys. There was a housewarming and people brought toasters, they brought things, they brought tablecloths, they brought sheets, they brought a lot of things for these people that were now their neighbors. So I know that East York has a very strong heart and that we will get to that place as the time goes on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will be supporting the recommendations in the report and also Councillor Bradford's motion. And in particular, Councillor Bradford, your motion recommends a community liaison committee, which I support. I think it's very important. I'll just give you an example of what happened in my ward a few years ago. Wasn't supportive housing, it was a shelter that was going in my ward on Runnymede. We had hundreds of residents in the area opposing the application. And as we move forward, what we did is we engaged the community. We formed a committee, a liaison committee, which we had members sit on it as well as agencies, be part of the process on renovating the building, as well as bringing in additional services in the area, community barbecues, and we may not have satisfied everyone in the community, but I think that liaison committee that was formed, and I know the chair and Councillor Fletcher is aware of this, where we had a lot of opposition to it. It actually was more acceptable to the community, and they were able to have a better understanding on what the proposal for the shelter was, in particular in that site. So it's important to have the community engage and be part of it to address some of their issues. And you know, I think at the end of the day, I think that the community would be in support of it, and as long as they feel that they're part of the process.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors that would like to speak on this item? No? Councillor Wong Tam, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And through you to the deputants who came and spoke today, I want to thank them for participating in this process. I think that your comments were very insightful, very informative. I want to just thank city staff for all the hard work that they have done. Obviously, they have been responding to the housing crisis that predated the pandemic, and I think that members of council certainly know that. especially since they've been gripped with trying to do everything they can to get people indoors. But it's not just those who are living rough and perhaps sleeping outdoors, but it's also those who are facing homelessness and who are on the verge of homelessness. So we need to do everything we can to build and expand the affordable range of housing in the widest options that are available to us. I want to thank Councillor Fillion and Councillor Bradford for exhibiting extraordinary leadership in their local communities. I think that it should be noted, obviously, that it's not always easy to stand in front of the community and to explain to them why they need to be able to accept and be part of the solution, especially since there may be some concerns, there may be some fears, oftentimes because there is misinformation or the lack of information, or simply because some community members just reject the information and they are drawn to the conclusion that it's not an agreeable type of housing or built form or use in their community, and they will always stand in opposition regardless of what facts may be presented. And I want to just be able to speak to that point for a moment, Madam Chair. You know, there has been close to, I believe, 11 hotel shelters that have been opened up in Toronto Centre, Ward 13. We have done more than our share in this city of responding to the housing crisis and obviously to the pandemic crisis that have led a lot of people into homelessness and precarious housing. And we do so obviously with significant work on our shoulders, and we've been doing it, with significant challenges because not every one of our agencies in our community are resourced to do so. That type of burden in one community is very, very difficult. And my community members are asking for and suggesting and demanding and requiring that we move to transitional housing, supportive housing, and the widest range of deeply affordable housing. And if the proposal that's taking place in East York was to come into our neighborhood, we would actually have a very different response based on other experiences that we've had recently. Because the supportive housing, modular housing, accelerated units that we built in East York is the kind of housing that we want to see. We want to see it rapidly deployed, rapidly built, and with wraparound services that's going to be integrated in the community. That is the new way forward. And I actually think that for all the challenges that we have experienced, not just in the downtown, but right across the city, and not even just across the city, like in urban centers across Canada, where we will succeed as a country, as a province, and as a city in addressing the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis is by doing the right thing as quickly as possible with deep engagement with the community. And that's what I see happening in East York. That's what I see happening under the leadership of Councillor Bradford, what I see happening under the leadership of Councillor Fillion, with the support and leadership of the staff, this chair, and our committee. And I want to thank everyone for your wholehearted participation. I know that the pathway to prosperity, inclusion, community safety, and security is not always going to be easy, but with coordination, with ongoing communication, I am confident we will get there. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, okay, I'll say a few words. I too want to thank all the speakers that joined us today, and Councillor Bradford and Fillion for championing these projects in the community. As we have mentioned here, the housing crisis and homelessness crisis did not start with the pandemic. They were here before, and that's why in 2019 we put forward an aggressive plan to tackle the housing crisis. But with the pandemic, we know that that was just exacerbated even more, and in particularly around the shelters that needed to respond to the congregate living, and we needed to create physical distance. And as Councillor Wong Tam mentioned, many hotels are being used and apartment buildings and so on to create that physical distancing. But we know that that's not the answer. We know that the answer for homelessness is supportive housing, it's affordable housing, it's permanent housing. That it was in our plan, and we know that we should speed and accelerate the implementation of our plan, and in particular in this area. And that's why in April of last year, we said, well, in our plan, there's 1,000 modular units. We need to accelerate that. We need to start providing housing to people as soon as possible. Instead of transitioning them from a shelter to a hotel to, eventually maybe someday a housing, what we need to do is try to have them going from the shelter into permanent housing as soon as possible. And that's what modular housing does. And that's why we are asking our communities to have a planning process. But it is still a process, but it is accelerated. As we heard from planning here today, we're not skipping any steps. We're not going to do any studies. They're looking at everything. But we do have a team of staff, and I thank everybody that has been working on this, because there is a team that is focused on modular housing and been doing incredible work. But they're looking at everything: environmental studies and traffic studies and water management and so on and so forth. Not only to identify the sites, but then to create the proper site plans and everything that needs to be in order to have the good planning. And good housing being built. And so, yes, we are asking the communities that you're not going to have a 2-3 year planning process. You're going to have a much quicker. But I think one deputy put it well. I think the reality and what we have to understand is that we have thousands of people in our shelters. We have hundreds of people in our parks. And this is actually a matter of life and death for a lot of them. So if we have to come to a few meetings quicker, come together as a community, do the consultation a bit quicker, but at the end of the day, it actually translates in bringing somebody inside and giving them a permanent housing a lot quicker. I think that's worth it. I think that we as a city, we as residents, we as communities can do that, especially in the middle of a pandemic, that we put that forward in order to create this permanent housing. So as it was said as well, this is the beginning of the process. Yes, the sites are selected. These are sites that respond to our official plan. They're neighborhoods, and they're going to have new neighbors in it. But the zoning bylaw will come back, will be decided, will be drafted, taking in consideration the community's feedback. But we are using our lands, our resources to create housing, and in particularly supportive housing, as fast as possible, so we can respond to the crisis that we have in front of us that is not new, but that it has been exacerbated by COVID-19. So with that, once again, thank you for the local councillors. I know that there's quite a bit of work ahead of them, but I think that I could speak for members of the community. We're all very supportive of this work, and everybody is willing to support in any way we can to have the dialogue with the communities and to have this come to fruition in a successful way. Okay, and with that, can we vote on Councillor Bradford's motion? All those in favor?
I'd like to record these votes, please.
Yep. Recorded vote?
Yeah.
On the amendment from Councillor Bradford, when I call your name, please indicate how you're voting, please. Councillor Bradford.
Favor.
Councillor Perks.
In favor?
Councillor Fletcher.
In favor?
Councillor Bailao.
In favor.
Councillor Wong Tam.
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata.
In favor.
That motion carries unanimously.
Item as amended. All those in favor, recorded vote.
Once again, please indicate how you are voting on the item as amended. Councillor Bradford.
In favor.
Councillor Perks.
In favor?
Councillor Fletcher.
In favor?
Councillor Bailao.
In favor.
Councillor Wong Tam.
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata.
In favor?
That item carries unanimously.
Thank you, councillors. Item 2, activating a revitalization plan for the Dundas Sherbourne neighborhood. We have a staff presentation.
Through the chair, I believe Chris Phibbs is joining for the first part of this presentation.
Okay. Is Chris with us already?
If not, I can just make a start if that's helpful. I don't see her here, but
she is here, but she.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can, Chris.
Thanks.
Apologies.
No problem. Go ahead.
Good morning, committee. Thank you, Chair. We are here to bring to committee an interdivisional report regarding the revitalization plan for the Dundas Sherbourne neighborhood. We have a 15-slide deck that we will go through with you quickly and then be able to take any questions that you may have. Next slide, please. This is what we will take you through. We will go from the background through the description of the neighborhood, the scope of the revitalization plan, our community development plan, and the redevelopment plan overview. Next slide, please. So committee is no doubt aware that the Downtown East Action Plan, which was approved by Council in 2019, has scoped several projects or activities within the East Downtown. In mid 2019, Council directed us to take a look at some of the challenges in the TCHC complex known as the Dan Harrison complex at 251 Sherbourne Street as part of the Downtown East work. We then later in that same year, were asked to come back with a report on a revitalization plan for the entire neighborhood, including the modernization of Dan Harrison. And we were also requested to take a look at opportunities to find the funding for the acquisition or expropriation of properties from 214 to 230 Sherbourne Street, which are currently mostly vacant properties. Next slide, please. This is a slide just showing the definition of the Dundas Sherbourne corridor neighborhood that we're talking about. It's bounded by Pembroke Street, Ontario, Carlton, and Queen. So that is the area that the action plan is, or the revitalization plan is focusing on. Next slide, please. So the revitalization plan and the community and tenant engagement plan includes work done a year ago, last February. A series of focus groups was held with tenants, residents, as well as agencies in the neighborhood to try to inform a strategy for the future of Dan Harrison. Councillor Wong Tam also hosted a neighborhood summit in the late part of 2019 around Moss Park. And we've also held couple of focus groups with people with lived experience in the neighborhood to secure recommendations around built form, around programming, as well as safety changes required in the area. There are quite a few reports of legacy documents related to safety assessments in this part of the East Downtown, which have also been referenced and scanned for this work. Next slide, please. The scope of this revitalization plan is intended to include addressing the community safety and social cohesion issues in the neighborhood. The longer term vision is for the area to facilitate partnerships between diverse stakeholders across the Sherbourne corridor, as well as to guide city investment in the neighborhood. We also want to advance intergovernmental advocacy because we know the city cannot do this work alone. The Revite plan includes two components. One is the community development plan, which is led by the Social Development Division, and the redevelopment plan itself, which includes Dan Harrison and the Sherbourne Street properties. So that's the Housing Secretariat and TCHC. Next slide, please. So the community development plan overview, next slide, please. Which, as I said, is being led by SDFA. We are leading the engagement around the community development plan, and we'll be focusing that work. That work is intended to focus on the decade 2022 to 2032, and we have short-term, medium-term, and long-term actions happening across that decade. The short-term actions, which commence in a couple of months, is the rollout of the de-escalation and needle pickup teams, the development of a local safety planning table, as well as stakeholder engagement. The midterm action plans include defining the community identity and priorities, actions to increase social connection and mental health supports, and the long-term actions, which go the entire decade, are coordination of various revitalizations in the area to address community priorities. Next slide, please. The local investments in the Downtown East Action Plan include the community-based de-escalation team, which committee members will have heard of when we came to council with the community crisis service pilots. This is an on-call multidisciplinary team skilled in de-escalation and crisis intervention, response to individuals experiencing mental health crises or engaged in nonviolent conflict. And this team will be on the ground and responding to calls in April of this year as part of a multi-agency partnership. Another one of the investments is the Downtown East Action in the plan is a community cleanup team that will be present in the Downtown East later this month. And this is a multi-agency partnership that's providing enhanced pickup of drug use supplies and other debris across the East Downtown, and that's on both public and private property. And that both those teams will serve Church Wellesley, Moss Park, South Cabbagetown neighborhoods. And as I said, we depend on community partnerships to do both of those activities. Next slide, please. And I will hand this over to Abby.
Thank you, Chris. Next slide, please. So through the engagement and consultation work that we've done with the residents at Dan Harrison, they've identified the need for us to replace the deteriorating buildings and also improve community safety, enhance support services, and importantly, create a mixed income community. So any redevelopment plans will need to consider the needs of the tenants and ensure that there is additional supports that are brought into the redevelopment. The report before you today really provides the direction that we need with TCHC to undertake the due diligence work, which will help us flesh out the financial and operational implications, meaning that we can report back by the fourth quarter of this year on the full redevelopment of Dan Harrison. And in addition, we will also be looking for new supportive housing options, so affordable housing with wraparound health and social supports, as this is a great opportunity to include this in this redevelopment. Next slide, please. So we've heard or we've seen a request from many community members to consider the properties at 214 to 230 Sherbourne Street. So these properties are privately owned. They're located about 100 meters southwest of the Dan Harrison, There are 6 vacant lots, 1 vacant 2.5-story heritage property. So since the middle of last year, the staff team, really led by Creatio, have been reaching out to the owners to really assess their interest in selling the properties. We agree with many people in the community that this would add a really good redevelopment option to the existing lands. So we've been actively pursuing the owners of that property to see if we can reach an agreement with them. To date, the owners have not really expressed an interest in selling, but those discussions are ongoing. Concurrently to that, staff have also been exploring possible funding opportunities should the owners indicate a willingness to sell, including funding through the National Housing Strategy. In addition, we've also been really focusing on activating our own lands, like 405 Sherbourne, which is part of the Housing Now initiative, so that we can move forward on those lands which are in our control. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So I just wanted to highlight some new affordable and supportive housing projects in Ward 13. So as I mentioned, the important Housing Now initiative site at 405 Sherbourne, we're looking to create 200 new homes here, with at least 100 of those to be affordable and supportive. Before you today, there are 2 reports which include properties that are in this ward, both in the Open Door report, which is approving or recommending for approval 393 Dundas Street East and also 130 River Street. So both of these are being recommended for open door incentives. And then the other report at 218 Carlton, which is an Indigenous supportive housing project led by Namo Res with 10 homes included. Okay, next slide, please. Here are some other recent and current affordable supportive housing projects in Ward 13. So you see a total of around 153 new supportive and transitional housing units were opened between December 2020 and February 2021. And there are about another 513 homes in various stages of development, with 492 to be completed over the next 2 years. And here is the list of some of those properties. Next slide, please. So again, responding to the community interest, especially in the adjacent sites, which do adjacent privately owned sites, which do present a good opportunity for redevelopment. We've been asked explicitly about whether the city would consider expropriation. So we just wanted to include some information here about the process and the timelines involved in expropriation. Typically, expropriation takes between 12 to 18 months. We're estimating likely around 14 months, potentially. Staff considered the fact that negotiation with property owners to be a much faster way to get to purchase and acquire property, and also less costly than expropriation. So prior to beginning any expropriation process, we would, as staff, need to identify the source of funds. And right now, we don't have an explicit city source of funds for the privately owned adjacent buildings. Another important thing I want to mention with expropriation, while it does create certainty through this process, or an expropriation process, that we would be able to purchase the land and the buildings, it does also ensure that market value must be paid for the properties. And so I would just reiterate that right now, staff believe that a negotiation with the owners, continuing those discussions, is likely to mean that we can acquire the properties faster and for a better price. Okay, so those are, I think that concludes the staff presentation, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before proceeding to questions of staff, we have one speaker on this item, and so we'll do that and then come back to questions of staff. Kate Huffelman. Good morning, Kate.
Hi, good morning.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Kate Huffelman, and I'm a frontline worker at Regent Park Community Health Center. Regent Park provides a number of programs and services for people in the downtown East End of Toronto. Some of these services include harm reduction programming, consumption treatment services, safe supply programs, street outreach, primary care walk-in clinic, social work, and housing support. We've witnessed the housing and shelter crisis unimaginably worsen since the pandemic. For many years now, there's been no housing available for people. The shelters continue to be full, overcrowded, and offer unsafe congregate settings in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. We need action, and 214 to 230 Sherbourne, a vacant lot and rooming house located at the corner of Dundas and Sherbourne, continues to sit vacant. This area has been especially hard hit by the housing and shelter crisis and compounded by the tragic and preventable loss of life due to toxic drug supply and the increasing number of overdose deaths. People have been left with nowhere to go, no housing, no shelters, and very limited access to safe indoor space, such as drop-ins or access to showers, laundry, bathrooms, phones, etc. This is a crisis, and while there are attempts to put Band-Aids on gaping wounds, building more affordable, accessible housing is the only long-term solution, and we need real, concrete solutions. We need social housing to be built now. The city must take decisive and urgent action. The report that we had been waiting for since 2019 had only 2 paragraphs about the property at 214 to 230 Sherbourne. Over 25 organizations, many of which operate in the downtown east, have expressed their support for the expropriation of the site for social housing and have been committed to ongoing advocacy about this issue over the last several years. People without access to housing and living below the poverty line in the neighborhood were consulted on the vision for the site and want to see as much social housing built as there, given the huge need in the community. This report was meant to include information on funding for the purposes, funding for the purchase and expropriation of 214 to 230 Sherbourne, and did not provide recommendations or any details reported back to the committee or community. Regent Park calls on the Housing and Planning Committee to ensure that city staff act now to expropriate 214 to 230 Sherbourne. We cannot watch this crisis escalate. We request that a motion be put forward today that directs city staff to return to this committee in April with an update on where the expropriation process of the site is and a timeline for completion. We cannot stress enough the urgent need for this action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kate. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. So that concludes the list of speakers. So now we'll move to questions of staff. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, with respect to the the redevelopment plan out of the neighborhood revitalization strategy, can you explain to us the sequencing of the events? So right now we have a recommendation in the report that that says that TCHC needs to come up with some type of a revitalization plan for Dan Harrison. Is that correct? So is that step one, or is step one the move to expropriate or the move to acquire? What needs to happen first in order for this to really become a redevelopment plan?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, I would say that we would continue our work to negotiate with the owners simultaneous to us beginning the work on the redevelopment plan and the work with TCHC, aiming to bring those two things back together for council consideration later in the year. So I don't necessarily think they need to be sequenced ahead of each other. I think this is concurrent work that staff can do and intend to do.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And with respect to the speaker the deputy who just asked us to begin expropriation and to report, we're back in April. You provided a different type of timeline on your slide presentation that it would take about 14 months. Is there anything that stops you from initiating expropriation, meaning the council submits notice of expropriation to the property owner? What stops you from doing that? Is it solely just the identification of funds, or is there other obstacle?
Formally, we would need a source of funds in order to begin that expropriation process. We don't currently have that. Like I said, staff have been actively seeking investments from other levels of government. We feel that's appropriate to support the level of investment that still might be needed from the city to actually take forward the Dan Harrison redevelopment. So that is one thing that we have been trying to move forward and that we need to do. So that is a key element of what is preventing us from initiating a expropriation process, but also I think staff's view is that our preference is to try and continue to negotiate at this time, and that we may be able to land something more quickly and with a better outcome in terms of price.
Thank you very much. And if you can just further unpack what exactly is transpiring with the conversation with the owner? Is it a matter of the fact that the owner of 214 to 230 Sherbourne is not interested in selling, or are they just not willing to sell at an agreeable price to the city? And if that's the case, then what would be an agreeable price, meaning market value right now?
Well, through the chair, I don't want to jeopardize any discussions that we're actually having with the owners right now by providing too much detail about the nature of those discussions. I would say that council's committee support and ultimately council support for this report will send a strong signal to the adjacent owners that the city is now moving forward on redevelopment. And sometimes that kind of signal can help unlock discussions around negotiations, because they see that change is coming, where maybe before has been more vague in their mind that change is coming. So this will really focus everyone's attention that the city is serious about seeing change in this area and supporting redevelopment and doing the work necessary.
Thank you. And I have advanced circulated a motion. It's a 4-part motion. Sorry to my colleagues on such a long motion, but I'm trying to get at the solution from various vantage points. And to my question to you, Abigail, is you've obviously seen the motion. You provided some feedback. Will the motion, along with the staff recommendations in the report, does that give you a stronger place to negotiate moving forward to acquire those properties or any other properties that may be suitable for the purposes of unlocking the potential at Yonge and Dundas? Sorry, not Yonge and Dundas, but Dundas and Sherbourne. Sorry, I've got too many intersections in my head.
Through the chair, I think it does. Again, it really strengthens the signal that we're sending to the community and including the owners of the adjacent sites that change is coming to this area. And it really will help support those staff discussions in focusing the adjacent owners' attention on what is happening to the area and the part that they can play in that, and the desire of the community to see this land included in the redevelopment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I do have a motion that the clerk can please put on the screen for us. It is a 4-part motion. It actually largely supports the comments that came from Abigail Vaughan, our Housing Secretariat, and it really tries to unlock the multiple ways that we can address this situation at 214 to 230 Sherbourne, which are privately owned properties consisting of vacant lots and one structure. Recognizing that there is not yet an identified source of funding, and we have been trying to find a source of funding. Obviously, the budget process was very difficult with a $650 million deficit, fiscal pressure, but we're not giving up. We're very keen to find a way to unlock those private lands or other lands that may be within the vicinity that helps us facilitate the redevelopment of the Dan Harrison Community Complex. And let me just say, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, one of the challenges that we have in this particular section of the city is that I think that it has largely been uncoordinated. So therefore, there is a number of community responses and community agencies that are doing everything they can to respond to a really complex, highly vulnerable population with some very unique needs. We have the Dan Harrison Community Complex, which is comprised of 241 to 285 Sherbourne, which is owned by a TCHC, so it's ours, folks. We don't get to run away from this responsibility. It's a collection of 3-story Victorian homes, counting 15 in total, plus 2 6-story buildings. There's 376 units that are homes that people would call, but out of those 376 units, 374 of them are RGI. And then there is a patchwork of services that do come in to support the vulnerable residents, but it is not comprehensive and it is not 24/7. I became the councillor in the east side of Sherbourne only in 2018. So really I've been here for 2 years. And what I have been trying to do is to pull together all the different community resources and talents, including leadership from SSHA staff, as well as the Housing Secretariat, SDFA, CREATIO, and TCHC, of course, to try to do everything we can to take a look at what are the needs in the community. How do we ensure that we can drive in principles of redevelopment and revitalization that centers the people who are already there? And it is so complicated, Madam Speaker. I can tell you that I think this actually makes the master revitalization plans of TCHC in Regent Park and Alexander Park probably look very easy, because you're dealing with so many fractured pieces of real estate individually owned either by nonprofits or perhaps by private corporations and private entities, and you're trying to get them to communicate and to think like a collective whole. And that is what makes this so much more difficult, is because we don't own all the pieces. If we did own all the pieces, I think that we would be in a better position to think through what the revitalization of this neighborhood could look like. And that's what this strategy is. It is a plan and a strategy and an action-oriented document that is going to drive community prosperity and inclusion. It is going to take money. It is going to take a lot of money. And that is not money that the city has all sitting in a pot. We are going to need to lobby really hard to get the provincial and federal government to care about Sherbourne and Dundas as much as the city does, and as much as I do, and its residents do. And that's going to be a tall order, which I am going to stand up for, and hopefully our residents and City Council, as we do everything we can to unlock this neighborhood and make sure that it is safe and prosperous and inclusive for all. In the meantime, while that takes place, the Downtown East Action Plan, which is a multi-year strategy attached with millions of dollars of new investments for the community, is coming in and scaling up rapidly to bring in new services that we haven't had before. Services that the community has asked for and services that the community needs, such as a rapid de-escalation community-based team, as well as a peer outreach team to deal with some of the harm reduction outcomes. And I'm very, very proud of the work that city staff have done. I think this is probably going to be the most complicated little puzzle, social puzzle I've ever faced as a city councillor in my 10 years, but I'm so committed to making this happen because I know it's going to be absolutely critical for the success of the Downtown East. And I thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your time, and to the members of the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? I have a question, Councillor. If you maybe would consider a friendly amendment that that when on number 2, City Council requests to create TO, when they report back to the board, that they also report back on the business case, because I think it would be helpful for our advocacy efforts to have a full business case on the costs and benefits.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you. I think if we insert the words or the language business case on the feasibility of strategic action and business case or expropriation, is that where you would like to see that?
Report to the CREATIO board on the business case, comma, on the feasibility of a strategic acquisition or expropriation, so on. I think it'd be important just to...
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. That's a very helpful amendment. Thank you.
Okay, great.
And we'll leave the rest of that to staff to help us iron out.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other speakers on this item? No? Seeing none, thank you. Thanks to staff and thanks to Councillor Wong-Tam for a lot of work that has been put into this. And with that, I think we can move on the motion and the item as a package. Yeah, we can move it as a package. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, thank you so much. Moving on to item number 3, creating Indigenous supportive housing at 218 Carlton Street. We have a speaker, Rick Rodidelli. Good morning, Nick.
Nick Rondenauer. Thank you so much.
Go ahead,
Do I
Nick.
talk now or? Well, actually, there's a little bit of a lag on the YouTube video. Thank you so much, everyone, for allowing me to speak. I live right beside 218 Carlton Street. It's been a journey, and so as I was listening to the deputations from the first group, I really connected to their fear of the unknown. And when you actually are on the other side of it, you can see a different perspective. So my message for anyone who is scared, whether it's a devaluation of their property or violence or drugs or needles or any of that stuff, is that it's going to be okay and you'll be fine. So when you get over it, then life goes back to normal. Now, there are a couple of lessons that I would like to address, but I think that there are learning points here. And mostly what it is it's the city thinking about creating home runs all the time. You know, the Roehampton or the Broadway protest during the summer. This was one shelter and then one temporary shelter. The protest was ugly. It got it got nasty, and you could actually see the hatred and all of the qualities that we don't like. But then on the other hand, somebody got stabbed. So you can see how when we want to make strides, they have to be home runs. The whole crisis right now that's happening in our shelters, this was all preventable. You know, we don't have PPE in our shelters. We don't have AEDs in our shelters. We have a 5-step overdose action plan, but nowhere on that 5-step action plan does it say that is for people who are not trained. What about the people who are trained? So we have to think about things more thoroughly, and I feel like 218 Carlton Street is an example of that. And so let me explain to you why at first I was resistant to it. It was the cliche of having a condo developer. So a condo developer purchased the building from We Charity. We all know We Charity. So it's a charity. It's okay to scrutinize charities. So Mod Developments purchased this property. They used it as a barter or a bargaining chip. They proposed to the city they're gonna fix it. They're gonna furnish it. They're gonna create it. They'll pay for it under the condition that they'll have bylaws amended so they can build their big condos, which is not even in our property, which is not even in our neighborhood. And so this goes on. The Mod Development sells the property to the city for $2, and then what happens at the end of it? And this is and all of that is fine, but this is where it's not fine. That property right now is sitting there empty. Why was it not developed first? Why was the type of property not chosen so that we were able to have people in there now? So these are the examples that I would really like the city to think about, because it just doesn't make sense, and this is where we start questioning. So I'd like to propose the city, have home runs all the time. We want to make sure that, from our perspective, that we can trust you. You're talking to us. You're communicating with us. Please don't leave us in the dark. That is one of the worst things I think a councillor could do is not respond or not talk to us. We're human beings. So we want to, we want to help. And we just need to have an ear. That's all I want to say.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to probably lift a question or two from the speaker, the deputant, and perhaps the staff can respond to that. Does the city currently now own 218 Carlton? And when was that transfer of ownership completed?
Through the chair, the transfer back in December of last year, the transfer of the site was approved to be prior to January the 15th, 2024. So right now we're still awaiting the final design work to be done for the renovation of the units to be changed into studio units. And so once all that work is done to the sites, then the site will be transferred to us and we can actually have the operator moving in.
And in the interim, because I think it's a very important point that should be addressed, if the area residents or perhaps the neighbor has any concerns around the property, perhaps debris or perhaps some breach of the perimeter, who do they contact? Because it's actually I actually had the same question because I wasn't sure who should we contact. Was it 311? Was it your office? Was it Mod Development, who is obviously known to the city, but I just didn't know myself who should we contact. So I think that would be helpful information for the community.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. So I would always encourage residents who have questions about city process or properties to contact 311 initially as their main point of contact, and we'll make sure that 311 have a way of alerting us to any issues associated with the site and also mod development as well. But that would be the primary route for any concerns or issues.
Okay, so just to recap that, if there's any concerns about property standards or maintenance of the property today, the residents, the neighbors can contact 311, and the 311 will get the service request out. Correct?
Exactly. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And can you just summarize, just because we're heading that direction, anyways? Can you please summarize for the committee and for those who are listening? The valuation of the investment that's going into this building, because it seems rather significant for a little house. So I'm assuming that there's significant leasehold improvements, capital improvements that are coming in. And does that include landscaping and any other type of improvements that are public facing to the neighborhood?
Yes, through the chair, there will be significant changes. This property is currently heritage designated, last user's office space. So there's significant renovations that have to occur in order to move it into a residential use. We're also, the plan is to create approximately 10 studio units, all being fully accessible and suitable for people who have experienced homelessness previously. So there's a significant amount of work. The ultimate number of units, as I said, will be determined through that architectural design and planning approval process that's still unfolding. And all of that, the value of that is secured through the Section 37 agreement for Charles Street East. And then the other thing to say is that the other value to the neighbourhood and to future residents is the fact that the rents will be no more than 80% AMR, and through the work of this nonprofit, we'll actually be able to improve affordability significantly.
Thank you. And Abigail, can you just explain to us the process of securing the operator? How was NAMI Res selected and why were they selected?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, we issued an RFP process back in December of last year, inviting nonprofits to indicate their interest in this site. We were keen to see an Indigenous housing provider in this location, and we received a number of applications from proponents, and NAMI Res were selected because they provided the best track record and the best approach that they wanted to take with the future management of this building. They're a key organization in our city that provides important services for Indigenous men experiencing homelessness. And so we felt that they would be an ideal fit for this location and this site.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just give me 1 second so I can get the screen back. No? Seeing no other questions, speakers on the item? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do have a quick motion, if the clerk can please put that onto the screen for me. And the motion is, thank you. The motion is to ask the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat to hold a public information session along with the Native Men's residents for the area residents and neighbors to provide information about the program, as well as any other pertinent information once all that is available, and to go talk to the community. And I want to thank Abigail and her team for this work. I recognize that this has taken a long time. It's certainly much longer than I would have ever anticipated when the opportunity first emerged before us. But I am also very heartened and encouraged to learn that NAMI Res themselves are the ones who has been selected as the operator. They're a wonderful housing provider that I know that the city has worked extremely well with. They actually were the winning operator of another property very comparable to what's happening here on Homewood. And the operations of that house and the renovations was done with such care. Also another heritage property, very stately. They carefully took the time to work with the city, to work with the developer, and to retrofit what was a very underutilized property. And that underutilized property is now the transitional home to a number of Indigenous men who are on the pathway to recovery. They are welcome members of the community just around the corner, to be quite honest. And I have found them to be just wonderful housing operators. We hardly hear a peep from them because they're so good and they just sort of carry about their business. And most of the folks who actually live in the Native Men's residence operated properties just really want to carry on with their lives. They are doing everything they can to find a pathway to recovery and to stable housing. So I'm very confident now that I know who the housing operator is, that they are going to be a wonderful and welcome addition to the community. I'm also very grateful that we're actually taking a building that previously sat as perhaps as an underutilized commercial office building, and now becoming a home to 10 new individuals and perhaps families. I want to recognize that Cabbagetown has, and especially the neighbors and the residents of the active Cabbagetown community, they have been very keen to engage in dialogue. And sometimes the conversation is difficult because we may not always agree on perhaps the process. Maybe there's multiple strategies of getting to very similar outcomes. But the one thing that this community has shown an abundance of is community care. They care so deeply about their neighborhood. They care very deeply about neighbors who may be less fortunate. And they have been in many ways been arms open when it comes to new changes, especially when it pertains to supportive housing. They have shown extraordinary vision and leadership by advocating very loudly, and they get louder and louder, that they want to see more deeply affordable housing and more supportive housing in the community. Just around the corner from Carlton is Parliament Street, which is the main street in the heart of Cabbagetown. And Dixon Hall is doing exactly the same thing that the city is doing, albeit a little bit faster, but still with significant city support and money. And Dixon Hall will be renovating those properties on Parliament that have been oftentimes underutilized and underinvested in, and they're going to be building new housing right in the heart of Cabbagetown. And our community, the residents of Cabbagetown, have shown up and offered them support. And we're now working with a BIA on how to address some of the streetscape improvement needs of the village, of the Cabbagetown village, and at the same time repurpose and extend those investments to the front spaces, the property yards of Parliament. So I'm hoping that we can see the same type of interaction, the same type of community relationships foster and develop and improve over time and strengthen over time, so we become the best of class scenario. And that would be a very proud moment, I think, for the city. It certainly would be a very proud moment for me as a local councillor, watching the community work with the nonprofit sector, working with all the orders of government to bring successful housing operations to a neighborhood. And with that, Madam Chair, I conclude my remarks and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none. All those in favor? On the motion? Item as amended, all those in favor? That carries. Okay. Item 21.4, Open Door Program 2020 call for applications results, supporting 971 new affordable rental homes. We have a speaker, Kira Heineck. No longer present? Okay. And we have staff presentation, so we'll move on to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just waiting for the slides to be uploaded. Okay, good morning, committee. Abby Bond, Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat. I'm pleased to present to you this morning the results of our 2020 Open Door call. Next slide, please. I'm going to give you an overview about the Open Door Housing Programme, the results of the programme to date, the highlights of our 2020 call, the financial implications of that call, and some updates to the programme. Next slide, please. So, as you're all aware, the Housing TO 2020 to 2030 action plan has over 13 strategies and 76 actions to help more than 340,000 people within that 10-year period. And a key target is the increasing of new affordable housing supply, creating 40,000 new affordable rental homes within that 10-year period, including 18,000 of supportive housing. And the Open Door Affordable Housing Programme is one of our primary tools to incentivize the creation of that supply, specifically and really especially on land that is not owned by the city. It's also recognized that in addition to the city providing an incentive program, it's also key for the provincial and federal governments to make investment contributions towards the creation of that new supply. Next slide, please. So the Open Door program was approved back in 2015 and has been administered through an annual call for applications. It's really the opportunity for the city to provide financial incentives to nonprofit and private sector developers, supporting their creation of new purpose-built affordable homes. Our incentive package includes capital grants and or exemptions from development charges, planning application fees, building permit fees, parkland dedication fees, and residential property taxes for the term of the affordability. It's very important to help people incentivize their investment and bringing their own land to the table to create new affordable homes. And we also include fast-tracked planning approvals for complete applications. Next slide, please. So alongside Housing Now and also the supportive housing investments that we've been talking about this morning, really Open Door underpins both of those key strategies. Since 2015, we've seen over 10,000 new affordable rental homes have been supported through this program, including almost 6,000 that have been approved since the adoption of the Housing TO Action Plan. Subject to approval of this report, the total number of affordable homes that will have been supported through this program will be over 11,000 homes across the city. Next slide, please. So the city continues to be a significant investor in affordable rental housing. Between 2016 and 2020, the city has invested over $1.4 billion towards the creation of over 10,000 homes. This includes open door incentives at just over $600 million, capital funding directly of $184 million, and land value of almost $600 million. The average city contribution, including land for city-owned sites, is around $138,000 per affordable rental home. And the average city contribution for non-city-owned sites is around $80,000 per affordable rental home. And what this highlights is that although the city contribution is significant, other investments by other levels of government is also needed to really create affordable housing in Toronto. Next slide, please. Despite being in a year of a pandemic, our open door call was a little bit delayed, but we were keen to get it out because it's so important to us in the Housing Secretariat to accelerate and continue to provide opportunities for our nonprofit and private sector partners to invest in affordable housing. So we're able to get our 2020 call out. We've seen that 15 affordable rental housing developments are recommended here in this report, representing a total of 971 new affordable homes. 11 of those 15 are non-profit-led projects. 412 of those homes are intended to be supportive housing with affordable housing with wraparound support services. So that's a really great addition to the supportive housing stock. And 3 of the recommended projects are Indigenous-led affordable rental projects. And the affordability periods vary between 40 to 99 years. Next slide, please. So I just want to touch a little bit on the financial implications of this report and the recommendations. So the combined value in terms of incentives and capital funding is about $78,000 per new affordable home for a total of just over $75 million in funding. So we're proposing around $10 million in city capital grant funding. So that's an average of around $28,000 per home, and around $64 million in open door incentives, waived fees and charges. So that's about $67,000 per home. In addition, we're also recommending $100,000 in proposed pre-development grant assistance funding to some of our housing providers. Next slide, please. The report also outlines a number of enhancements that we would like to make to the Open Door program, the aim of which is to further incentivize the creation of affordable rental projects. This is one of our most key aspects to our housing TO plan, and I think there's more that we can do to further encourage people to bring their land forward and see the development of new affordable housing. So some of the changes are designed to further increase people's desire to see affordable housing development on their own land. We want to increase the number of new affordable homes with longer term affordability terms and also deeper levels of affordability to further support the nonprofit housing sector. And really, as we see a larger investment coming from the federal government to better align our program with the federal funding strategies under the National Housing Strategy, so that projects will be supported to get additional funding and financing beyond city investment. Next slide, please. So further changes from this year include a simplified nonprofit planning application fee waiver process, a streamlined and continuous application process for an incentive-only request, so no longer limited to an annual call. This enables us to line up the approval process for investment only with our planning process as well. And then to focus an annual call for applications on projects which are only requesting, or in addition are requesting, capital funding. And we're also targeting 30% of the gross area as affordable rental housing. Next slide, please. So in summary, this report recommends 971 new affordable rental homes for the open door incentive programs. Some enhancements to really help, we think, further incentivize nonprofit and private sector developers and help us meet our targets under Housing TO. And so subject to council approval, we would see just under 7,000 homes would have been supported through open door incentives, contributing towards that 40,000 supply target that we have in Housing TO. And a total of just over 11,000 new affordable rental homes would have been approved for incentives since the inception of the program back in 2015. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to speakers because I do believe that Kira has signed on. Kira?
Yes, hello.
There you go. Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. And my apologies for that. I somehow hung up on myself or something while I was waiting. So thank you for letting me come back. I'm glad to have another chance to speak with you today, and I'll be brief because there's a lot on the agenda. But given that the Alliance has long advocated for an increased role for community nonprofit housing development, we had to speak today and are pleased to see the results of the most recent Open Door program call for affordable rental housing applications. So today's report asks you to approve and send to Council the recommendations that will result in new affordable homes where 73% of the projects are developed and owned by nonprofits. That equals 71% of the total unit, and that at least 20% will be for those of very low income. 412 of the units, almost half, will be housing with supports, and the minimum affordability period is now 40 years instead of 30. These are all important developments and improvements that must be noted. It shows that the city has been responsive to advice regarding increasing the capacity of nonprofit housing in Toronto and its scope. The weight of the nonprofit criteria has been increased in the open door application process, and in the case of two of the developers, pre-development costs are also being supported with grants. This is critical, as you know, to ensure that the nonprofit sector can compete. This is an important improvement, as I noted, because Open Door is one of our important tools in addressing homelessness and affordable housing in Toronto, and we're pleased to see it. Nonprofit housing provides for deeper and longer affordability, and that the mandates and missions of the nonprofit developers are by definition to invest in the people and communities they serve, including any value generated by their assets being invested back into the buildings and programs. It's good to see the 20% of units for Indigenous housing as well. This is essential to meet the gross overrepresentation of people identifying as Indigenous in our homeless population. And before I end, I want to comment, and the Alliance wants to comment, on the many other items on today's agenda that respond to our ongoing homelessness crisis by recommending different ways to create additional housing with supports for people at risk of or experiencing homelessness. These include the modular housing units that I and many others spoke to in item 1, and we thank you for approving that item unanimously. The housing elements of the Dundas Sherbourne Revitalization, as outlined in the staff presentation just now, the new Indigenous housing on Carlton Street, the hundreds in the current item before you, and of course the next one to come as well, which I believe puts an additional 500 units into the city's system. So we couldn't depute on each. I'm sure you didn't want us to. Just add more time to your day. But did want to take a moment to say that the agenda as a whole today offers significant increase in supportive housing, and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kira. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I was just going to thank Kira for her deputations today and this strong, call it not just support, but really leadership in ensuring that supportive housing is being built, and that just supporting the housing plan and being so proactive around it. And I didn't want to miss this moment to thank you for doing that, because you're very good at it. Thanks.
Well, thank you. And it really is a big effort. As you know, the Alliance is increasing all the time with hundreds and hundreds of partners. And it is my pleasure to distill their voices at committee meetings with you.
Thank you. Thanks for all your advice, Kira, for sure, and all your work. Absolutely.
Thanks.
With that, we now move to questions of staff on this item. No, seeing none. Speakers? Is that questions of staff or speakers, Councillor Nunziata?
Staff.
Questions of staff? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so question to staff on the new, for 2020 call for applications and the list of the locations that you have in the report. At what stage are these applications at? Has the local councillor been informed, or what stage are we at this point? Has there been any consultation at all?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Nunziata. So it really varies from project to project. Some projects are much more advanced and have had discussions, and then some are really at the starting lineup. So one of our proposed changes is to make sure that our support for affordable housing projects is also well aligned with the planning process. All of the projects here are expected to go through the regular planning process, which involves discussion and consultation with neighbours as well as with councillors as well. So we're trying to support these proponents on a financial side, but also recognising they still need to go through regular process with planning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Speakers, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I'll say the nice thing first. This is great that we're getting so much uptake on this program, and it's especially good that there's such an emphasis on not-for-profit ownership. I do note, though, that if you look at Chart A, we are giving several $1 million in public money to numbered companies. And frankly, there just has to be a better way to spend public money in the pursuit of affordable housing than enriching already enriched individuals through making the program have an even greater emphasis on socially owned housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other speakers on this item? Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief and I will keep it positive because, I think today when we look at Ward 19, we want to celebrate these sites moving forward, receiving the funding today. Big thanks to staff for the presentation and the updates on the work with these organizations that's underway right now. I would like to highlight David Brown of Fearless Meats for his work at 880 Kingston and the folks who make up the Community Affordable Housing Solutions Trust who are working on 350 Coxwell. A huge amount of work goes into these applications, into the site scoping, the modeling, the financing, costing for all of these types of projects. They're not easy to do. And you have to be really committed to being able to land these things. So I'm glad to see these projects in Ward 19 coming forward for funding today, and congrats to both of those groups involved. And I do want to thank staff for their work on this program as well. It's great to see, Open Door evolve as it expands as a program and continue to provide the platform and funding for community organizations, which represent the vast majority of the folks who are receiving the support today, and smaller developers to undertake these affordable rental projects. So I think the program changes proposed in the report speaks to the continued improvement and innovation, and ultimately will position us to bring more units forward online as quickly as possible. So I'm looking forward to seeing these two sites develop as well as the other ones over the next few years. And thanks again to everyone for their work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Any other speakers on this item? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll just pick up where my ward buddy left off, because Coxwell is going to be very much more, I'll just say, an improved street. There's so much going on Coxwell. When you start at Queen and Coxwell and you see Don Somerville, and then across the street we have a Housing Now site. Then at Danforth and Coxwell, we have the Housing Now site, or the Danforth garage site where the new police station's going. We have 2 affordable housing sites that are going to be built, one at Coxwell and Gerard, Upper Gerard, and one at Coxwell and Lower Gerard, and that would be with Namurez. And then there will be, at some point, the police station site will be open. So we're really looking to have a transformed street, a lot more rental, affordable rental on the street, some supportive housing, and as well create a much more beautiful street. I just want to note that in all of the Coxwell pieces that we are, whether it's by design or just by a great serendipity, the focus on Indigenous housing, Indigenous life, Indigenous support, Indigenous naming, Indigenous practice, it is really quite something. And we just approved a most beautiful mural for the underpass on Coxwell. The Housing Now site in your ward, Councillor Bradford, has a very large Indigenous overlay. We have said Lower Coxwell will be renamed with an Indigenous name. So I just look forward to this transformation of this street with community involvement and great architecture, because I think everything that's going to happen here is going to look great. So thank you. Thumbs up. I can see that from my ward mate. And this is as much as we can do. Can we go faster? I hope so. Can we do more? We have to. And we do have this, we have a crisis in front of us, and we're swimming upstream as fast as we can. Thank you very much to the staff who've done all this work. I look forward to opening all these sites on Coxwell in the near future.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm just going to take my leave in a few minutes and be back for 1:30. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, I would like to say a few words. I do want to thank staff for bringing forward some changes. I think we have been hearing from the communities and the stakeholders that are developing affordable housing in the city, and I think this makes it easier, supports them even more, gets to the goals of this program, which is building affordable housing and as deep and as long as possible, supportive and strengthening our nonprofit sector. And I think that those goals are clearly getting achieved when we have 11 of the 15 proposals being from nonprofit sector. I'm really excited to see that come through with so much participation from our nonprofit sector. And having also other applications being able to go, the ones that don't require the capital funding, to go through the planning stream without having to wait for the on-call. I think we should be looking at all the projects as an opportunity to create affordable housing, and I think having that available at least pushes that conversation forward and puts it on the table. So to the staff, to all the organizations that are receiving the funding, I've heard from many of them. They're excited. They are moving forward, and we are very excited to see them being able to put shovels in the ground with these projects. These are transformative to our communities, but most importantly, they're transformative to the lives of people that will live in them. So thank you for all the organizations, and thank you, staff, for this report and what I considered significant improvements in the program. So thank you. With that, all those in favor? That carries. Oh, sorry. I am so sorry. I have an amendment to move. I worked with our open data guru, Councillor Paul Ainsley, on a motion to actually have more of this information on our open data portal. So on behalf of Councillor Ainsley, I'd like to put this motion forward, and I hope to get your support on this. It's just to ensure that we have all this information available to the public, and not only coming through the reports, but actually compiled and accessible. Okay, all those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. And we'll be back at 1:30 after lunch. Have a good lunch. 1.5, partnership with the United Property Resource Corporation to create 500 new affordable rental homes. Councillor Fletcher, you've held the item. Questions of staff?
Yes. Yes, I do. I think this is a fantastic project, and I'm wondering how those sites will be selected. Just by the United Properties, or will the city have a role to play?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Yes, we're very excited about this partnership as well. It's great leadership of the United Church to be bringing their land forward for affordable housing in this way, and we hope that there are other community organisations and churches that follow suit. The sites are in the minds of the United Church. They're thinking about which sites they want to bring forward. They're not quite ready to go public. There's a significant amount of planning work that has to be done both by them and then also when they start to bring these sites forward for development. So we will certainly be providing advice to them from the Housing Secretariat about which sites will work best and why, but ultimately all of these sites will be going through a proper planning approval process and receiving advice from our planning colleagues.
Yes, I'm just interested in if they're getting advice from the city on which are good, great sites and easy to get to. So I'm not hearing that yet. I'm hearing they're doing their list and then giving it to the city.
It is a discussion that's ongoing. There's a couple of sites which are a bit further advanced in the planning work. And so, yes, we are providing feedback to them where they've done some due diligence themselves. And yes, there is a discussion. We are providing advice about the location of the sites and how the site could be developed to the benefit of the community.
And I'm wondering if if they've thought about the stick built or wood frame, which is obviously most of these are going to be in community and in residential neighborhoods generally, that perhaps outside of the core they won't be, but that's where they mostly are. And I don't know if that's been a discussion as to making it easier, cheaper, and more manageable for building on what might be called tight sites.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Fletcher, you're right. Wood framed construction is often a very useful way to do infill and intensification in neighbourhood, and we'll certainly be passing on our knowledge and experience with that, and supporting them to get good consultant teams in place with architects who are familiar with that kind of building, as it is a really good way to develop affordable housing in a more cheap way.
Yes, is there, and some of these churches are going to have heritage designation, which may have to be worked around in some way or another, keeping the facade or some kind of meeting in the middle in order to be able to reuse the site. Is that something that you've thought about or had a conversation with planning about?
Through the chair, it's a good reminder, yes, that some of these sites are not without complexity. We're likely not to be without complexities, and we haven't really begun early discussions with planning yet. This is really the first step towards beginning those discussions. This is just a partnership in principle across the portfolio, and we will be having those detailed discussions with planning as the individual sites come forward and working with planning to address some of the complexities like you mentioned, heritage, but there may be others as well.
Yes, well, that might be something we have to consider more broadly from a policy standpoint. Thank you. I gather nobody's here from the United Church group this afternoon. No,
I don't believe there are any deputations, no.
Oh, I meant, okay, that's fine. I meant they're not a deputant, but they're actually part of the report.
That's right, we don't have them with us today.
Thank you.
But we are pleased to bring forward this report to you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to staff. With respect to the 7 properties, I recognize that you didn't reveal the addresses, but I'm going to assume that just basically where the United Churches are, that they're in a range of neighborhoods. Is there some criteria that they will be using to evaluate which sites are advanced? Because it's unlikely that they'll develop all 7 sites at the same time. So can you give us a sense of what criteria will be used to evaluate which sites proceed and how they will be prioritized?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. So as indicated in the report, one of their drivers is to rethink the way they're offering community space as well. So they have a desire not just to do affordable housing, but to rethink their approach more generally. And so I think that's going to be a key driver of the locations that they choose, where they see, a future for a reimagined community space, expanded new churches, or new church space, I should say, and expanded community facilities. So I think that's going to be a major driver. And then like any developer of affordable housing, looking at the site-specific constraints and the cost to develop specific sites, which may also lead them to prioritize certain sites over the other. So that's the kind of discussion we're going to be supporting them with, and certainly passing on our knowledge and experience of having been through this process ourselves.
Thank you. And with respect to the financial incentives, I think at early estimates, it's about $10 million. Is that correct? In terms of foregone revenues collected and development charges and what have you. Is that?
That's correct. For the 500 homes, we're actually estimating around the total value of the incentives is around 27.5 million. But we will have to bring back individual reports to you for approval later once we have more details about individual sites.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for clarifying. So it's about 27.5 million of foregone collected revenues that the city would have normally have had a chance to collect. And that quantum is not insignificant, but I wanted to ask, because I've seen this happen in the past, and I'm not saying that it will happen here, so please don't assume that I'm pre-concluding, but because I've had some experience where we have, for example, city-funded agencies hoping to redevelop their site. They submit an application for rezoning. They have all the right moves in them, such as they want to give themselves new office spaces or build in some affordable housing, but they oftentimes partner with a for-market condominium developer because they can't go it alone. And so although they are a city-funded agency, we have structured partnerships and purchase agreements with their service. We find ourselves sometimes in conflicts, such as we have a planning report that does not support their development proposal because they need to be able to drive some profitability piece out of it. And then all of a sudden, we've now given them financial incentives or finance them. And then we find ourselves at LPAT, where we find ourselves in conflict. How can you ensure that that won't happen here? Because we want the planning rules to be followed, and we don't want to be in conflict with the United Church or any nonprofit organization that the city financially supports.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. So I think one of the main things that we're looking for is kind of transparency and a willingness to share information around some of these developments. So certainly we'll be supporting the United Church to carefully pick the partners that they want to work with. It's inevitable that organizations who have land, but development of affordable housing is not their primary goal, it's not their main purpose. So it's important that they are able to partner in order to bring people into the consultant team who do have that affordable housing development as their main area of business. And it's really ensuring that there's transparent flow of information between ourselves and the partners, and that we can see that the United Church and any nonprofits involved are getting a good deal, and that our public investment is going to increasing the number of units, deepening the affordability, all of the things that we normally look through the investment on our Open Door program.
Along with good planning principles that everybody will adhere to. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? Councillor Fletcher.
I just wanted to speak about how exciting, really and truly exciting, this whole thing is. And that many years ago, there was a report by SDFA, and I think perhaps it would be useful for the Housing Secretariat to find that, about repurposing churches, which many were for sale at that time. So I just say bravo to United Church for looking at how their properties that have been in community for many years can continue to contribute to community. I have a couple of examples of working on transforming churches. The first example in 2005, and I said I would never do that again, which was to simply have it condoized. I think these are community assets, and that I would never approve that again, as one I did with an Anglican church on Jones. So after that, we've had Riverdale United being sold to Wood Green, and then putting seniors housing there, attaching it to the Heather Terrace. Many years ago, a lot of churches actually during the 70s, when there was a lot of money for housing, got money from the federal government, and they built housing on the lands where their church are. So that was the case of Heather Terrace, seniors residence, next door is the church. That will be finished very, very soon. I'd just like to thank all of the Housing Secretariat and our staff for making that happen, and Wood Green for doing that, and building into that place the Parent Resource Center, which had always been in the church. And my next point is, as Councillor Wong Tam has mentioned, there are so many services running out of churches. Daycares are there, food banks are there. There are a lot of community assets in churches. We can't afford to lose those. So baking those into a new development is very exciting. I'm currently working again with another church to build a affordable housing in another part of the ward. And this time the provider's thinking about using wood construction because it's cheaper, it's easier, it's not a high rise, it's 8 stories, and it could be a very, very exciting project. There are so many of these great resources, and as congregations are getting smaller, churches are wondering what they're going to do. So I think this is a great example. I do have I forgot to move it. Just asking the staff to facilitate a meeting with the United Property Resource Committee for any councillors that might be interested in that. And I'm hoping, Madam Chair, maybe you'll just move that on my behalf because I forgot to. I started speaking. But this is really something where there are so many opportunities to meet our goal and to meet the new goal that's been set by the United Church. So I just wanted to say I think it's fantastic. I think they're doing a great job. And I would really like to see how we can help with our, as Councillor Wong Tam said, our granular knowledge of community and what will work, what might not work, what partners are out there, et cetera, so that there's no surprises and that we can take these sites and maintain the best part of them and create fantastic new housing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other councillors that would like to speak on this issue? Give me a second. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank staff for this report. I concur wholeheartedly with Councillor Fletcher's remarks. I think this is a fantastic new initiative, which isn't even that new, I think, in some respects, because the city has done the offering of financial incentives before on a number of different types of community-oriented projects. And I think that's the way we need to go about it, is to lean in and to provide supports to organizations, churches, nonprofits, charities that are trying to do good community work. And we want to be able to wholeheartedly support that where we can. Churches in general already are tax exempt, meaning they don't have to pay property taxes. And I think that's just an early indication going back decades now, if not longer, that governments, civil society see that there's inherent value in the service that churches offer, not just a place of worship, but also a place of oftentimes social advancement around innovative policies that bring people together and to help those who are less fortunate. So this report, I think, is in many ways organizing formally a request from the United Church. And I'm very, very grateful that the United Church is looking at their real estate portfolio with a professional lens on how to do this with the best outcome. And I know that in the past, I've spent 10 years almost having various conversations with the leadership of the Metropolitan United Church, and most recently with St. Luke's United, on how can they unlock their asset. And I think that it's been very challenging for the local church leadership to do it on their own without some professional support and advanced support from the leadership of the United Church of Canada. So this is definitely the right approach, and it's certainly an approach I hope that will be replicated not just in Toronto but across the country, because we know that there are a number of assets that these churches in the United Church of Canada holds, and I think that is that it will be a good outcome, and that's what we're looking for, is a meaningful partnership where the church, the nonprofit sector, as well as the city can advance those collective community goals together. And thank you to staff for this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors wanting to speak on the item? Seeing none, I'd like to say a few words. I'm very excited to see this report here today, hoping to be the first of several ones. I think this is a great opportunity for the city to partner with organizations to unlock their lands and to build affordable housing. I had the pleasure of being at the announcement of the creation of the United Property Resource Corporation when United Church actually announced its creation, which was done in partnership with the federal government. This is the result of some funding from the Innovation Fund from the CMHC. And it is a Canada-wide approach. They're actually planning a few thousand units across Canada. And when we did that announcement, right away, you know, we talked about how the City of Toronto could get involved with the Toronto properties. And so I want to thank staff for their work in bringing this MOU. Looking forward to having the properties coming through our planning process as soon as possible. But I think this is an early indication of our support and the excitement that we have for what they're doing. They are working with the United Church, but they're open to support other faith groups and other organizations as well. I think Councillor Wong Tam was right that for a lot of times these organizations locally don't have the skills that they're needed, and that's exactly the purpose of the United Property Resource Corporation, is to bring in that professional experience, that professional lens to help them unlock the potential of creating affordable housing, community support services, and continue the great work that they do in our community. So thank you, staff, and once again, congratulations to United Church, and looking forward to working with United Property Resource Corporation. So with that, all those in favor of the report? Together with the amendment from Councillor Fletcher, move it as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you so much. Moving into item 21.6, extending the Toronto Community Housing Corporation moratorium on evictions due to non-payment of rent. We have speakers on this item. John Robart. Good afternoon, John.
Hi there. Can you? It's Jonathan. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, John.
Great. Thanks. I'm here on behalf of the Centre for Equality Rights and Accommodation. We began our eviction prevention work over 20 years ago, and that was when the concept of eviction prevention was not as widely understood or discussed as it is today. We continue to provide free services to Toronto residents facing eviction or a human rights violation in their housing that may threaten their ability to stay in their home. So I want to begin by acknowledging all the city's work on eviction prevention, and just to state that it continues to move in the right direction, and we're very thrilled to see the city stepping up in these areas. And I'm here today to support the committee's request to the Board of Directors of TCHC to continue a moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent. So with the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting widespread job loss, both of these have wreaked havoc on renters' ability to pay rent and remain housed. We know that income loss and job loss have been disproportionately experienced by women and lower income workers who predominantly rely on rental housing. We also know that the impacts of eviction and housing insecurity have fallen disproportionately on low income and equity seeking groups. This point is especially relevant for the city, as many TCHC student residents fall within one or more of these equity seeking groups. It's also important to note that many TCHC residents rely on RGI, rent geared to income subsidies, and are not able to afford market level rents. These residents, if evicted, will most certainly be evicted into homelessness. With the above in mind, TCHC residents who have experienced or will experience a reduction of household employment income due to the pandemic should continue to be protected from the threat of eviction for non-payment of rent via an extended moratorium on evictions. We're urging the city to limit the number of eviction notices as well that are issued to tenants, and instead prioritize alternative intervention methods as an effective method of avoiding evictions, as well as the long-term risk of the accumulation of arrears that may very well lead to homelessness. Doing so will help ensure TCHC tenants are able to stay in their homes for the duration of the pandemic and afterwards. So we note that the City Council has recently called on the province to suspend and immediately order a comprehensive moratorium on residential evictions. As well, the city's asked the province to put in place basically a request essentially to stop the processing of eviction applications, notices, hearings at the Landlord and Tenant Board, as well as enforcement of evictions. And we encourage the city to lead by example and enact the measures being debated today to protect TCHC residences from the threat of eviction. The city has control over this, and so we're just asking that the city lead by example. Evictions are a violation of the human right to housing, and they should only occur as an absolute last resort and only after a meaningful exploration of all alternatives. This is especially the case for evictions based on rental arrears, which should not occur without full exploration of all means to resolve outstanding debt and prevent eviction. We recommend the city continue to explore alternatives to eviction, including referring vulnerable tenants to support services, negotiating reasonable repayment agreements, and considering the forgiveness of rental arrears. Upfront action to prevent the eviction of TCHC residences, as well as prevent the accumulation of rental arrears, is critical, and ultimately it's less costly than dealing with the fallout from widespread evictions. We urge the city today to extend the moratorium on eviction for TCHC residences, in addition to any steps that we've mentioned above. Thanks very much for the time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Bob Murphy.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Bob. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, can I be heard okay?
Yep, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Bob Murphy, and I'm the chair of Weston Acorn. Thank you, everybody, for your time today. Acorn is a tenant union. Many of our members live in Toronto community housing. Many in tenants in Ontario in rental arrears. I, by the way, myself personally am on that housing list. Doug Ford has done nothing for the tenants, especially when Bill 184 was introduced. We saw the tsunami coming. It's going to be just the killing fields as of March 8th. His eviction ban is, lifting in a week, and relief is nowhere in sight. There's also very little relief for Ontario disability recipients that lost their part-time income that are in Toronto community housing that are in big trouble. And I've talked to many community members that their toes are teetering on the ledge because they've lost their income and they're on Ontario disability, and they're locked and they're scared and they're worried about where are they going to go if they lose their community housing. We're happy when the city uses power to ban the evictions for Toronto community housing after Acorn members held an action and reached out with this demand. We hope you extend the eviction ban today. As I mentioned before, there's so many individuals that lost their income. There's so many individuals, Ontario Disability recipients. I happen to be an Ontario Disability recipient also myself, that have lost our income because of COVID, or lost hours. And even though we're earning a little bit of income that's clawed back, we're struggling dollar from dollar to just survive, where we're paying our rent instead of nutrition, visiting food banks. We need some help for individuals that there's a big difference of not paying your rent, and there's another story about I can't pay my rent. We should be helping the people that can't pay the rent so they can get through this COVID and get back to work and seek additional income to pay the rent. I just hope that we can extend a ban today. I talk to community members all over that are just extremely concerned for them and their families. And I'd be happy to answer any questions after. I thank you, everybody, for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, for joining us today. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks again. We'll now go to questions of staff. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, just a question to staff. So the moratorium expires at Toronto Housing on March 17th. So this report, once we approve this report, goes to council next week. So would this report be sent directly to Toronto Housing? I'm not sure. I can't remember when the next board meeting is. So they get this before it expires on March 17th?
To the speaker, I believe TCHC is on the line today, and Scott, maybe you would like to respond.
Okay.
Sure. To the speaker, we have a contingency plan in place where we'll maintain the existing moratorium for as long as needed to move forward into whatever the city decides.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just concerned of March 17th and the deadline. That would come into effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? 1 second. So
it's Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Wong Tam, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. And through you to TCHC staff, I think that in the past few weeks, we've had some constituents as well as advocacy groups on behalf of tenants asked why is the city, or in this case TCHC, not extending the eviction moratorium at TCHC buildings longer, so therefore perhaps till the end of the pandemic, because we know that based on the schedule of vaccinations, most of us won't get a vaccine until probably the third quarter of this year. So can you please explain to the committee on why you have right now what seems to be a rolling moratorium eviction and the advantages or disadvantages of that?
So we're interested primarily in timing the end of our moratorium to match the city's needs. You can see there's a recommendation in this report that suggests that we should consult with the city manager and with Toronto Public Health, and that would to determine the actual end date of the moratorium. Whether currently this is framed as a request from the city for us to have something in place at least until June, we would not lift the moratorium without consulting with the city and Toronto Public Health in June, regardless of what the date of this request is.
Scott, thank you. That's very helpful. And can you share with us how many tenants at TCHC may be in rental arrears for non-payment? Is there a number you can comfortably share with us today?
On a month-to-month basis, if you take a hard definition of arrears, which is to say payment is not made on the day that payment is due. Thousands of households enter into arrears every month. Most of them repay their arrears within 30 to 45 days. It's due to sort of their income cycle or just sort of economic uncertainty in their household situation. In terms of families that are at risk of eviction as a result of arrears, that's a tiny number. You know, there's probably less than 20 that are in that position right now, and we're working with all of them to bring them back into good standing before this moratorium is lifted.
Thank you, Scott. And can you remind the committee the 20 potential families that may be facing, or households that may be facing eviction for long-term non-payment of rent? How many apartments or units does TCHC own and operate on behalf of the city?
So we own and operate we own and operate 58,000 units. That's approximately 4% of the city's population.
Great, thank you. And if you can elaborate a little bit further, I just want to dig into this a little bit deeper. For the thousands of households who are TCHC tenants that aren't able to pay their rent at the top of the month or whenever they're, like, you know, in a monthly fashion, you said thousands. Can you clarify how many thousands are missing their monthly payments? I mean, I know they catch up within 30 and 45 days, but how many thousands are we talking about that can't meet their monthly payment at the top of the month?
I don't have that precise number available, but I could follow up and share it with you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask you to sort of guess a little bit. Are you talking about 10,000? Is it 5,000? Is it more than 10,000?
The most I can say is more than 1,000, and I only have that number in my head because we did a project around the rent freeze where we had to analyze rental behavior a couple months ago.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. This is very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors with questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks so much. I think that this was really spurred on by a story in the Toronto Star where there have been 5 evictions at Toronto Community Housing, and during this, once we got back into the lockdown, or just prior to the lockdown, or I'll call it in the gray period. And were any of those, there was one person who went from housing into a shelter. Were steps taken to bring them back into housing, working with shelter and housing? I'll ask you, and I'll ask Ms. Bedard.
So I know that at least one family was rehoused as a result of work we did with shelter and the analysis we did of their eviction. I can't tell you the other 4 households what
That's fine.
happened to them.
So you did step in and reverse that, the other household, so that I understand someone had abandoned their unit, but nonetheless, better to be safe than sorry. Now you, Toronto Community Housing has an OACH, the Housing Commissioner for Housing Equity, and following up on what Councillor Wong-Tam had said, is there now a policy at TCHC where any eviction would go to the OACH to have to corroborate that would be a preferred direction?
There is a project that we're working on right now with the OACH to examine whether or not to make that happen. Both operations and the OACH agree that it's the right thing to do. Right now, we're analyzing what the amount of additional resources she might need to take on that responsibility. But we expect to have that completed and ready to go before this moratorium is lifted.
But the OACH did not oversee any of those 5 evictions that were undertaken, did she?
No, the model that we're proposing to have the OACH have a final last look at any enforcement plan for any eviction, it would be a new policy.
That would be a new policy coming to the board. That's fine. And the OACH is So the OCH will have to sign off at that point that there's no chance of any kind of recovering any funds, and people would not be out in the street at that point. So there's be a checks and balance that wasn't here in this with these. So that's good. I wonder if Ms. Bedard's nodding her head if she'd like to jump in on that one.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that is something that we're working on with TCHC, that the OCH office would have a final look at any rental arrear eviction that's going forward to ensure that there's no possibility of reconciliation and also that appropriate measures are being taken.
What surprises me, Mr. Kirkham, is that someone that has been in arrears for, let's say, some of those cases over a year or more in the 5, that never went to the OCH at all. And part of the OCH's job is to secure rent repayments, I understand. So how did that happen? Is that just not part of the process around lengthy arrears?
Through the chair, the existing mandate of the OCH is to work with senior and vulnerable tenants. There's a large number of tenants, including market tenants, who don't meet that qualification under the existing policy, and that's one of the things we're changing.
Okay, that'd be great to have that done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? I have a couple. So Scott, when somebody starts to get into arrears, do staff contact them to enter into a repayment agreement? What's the process? So 30 days go by, rent is not paid. What's TCHC process right now?
So absolutely, we start talking to them within 2 weeks after the rent was due. One of our goals of our arrears collection process is to get tenants back into sort of a fiscal sort of path that will prevent their housing from coming at any kind of risk. So we start immediately. Staff reach out through multiple channels, but they also provide them with an N4 notice of how much rent is due and a letter laying out their path or their options to come back into compliance. We continue to work with them for typically many weeks or months until we can get them into some sort of negotiated agreement. They may or may not get referred to the OCH, depending on their status as a senior or vulnerable tenant at that time. And they typically come back into compliance. On the rare occasion when we're not able to solve it through those methods, we'd issue an L1 and we'd start to use the Landlord Tenant Board's mediation services to develop a solution. Eviction is always the absolute last resort. And it's very rare relative to the number of arrears that we actually deal with on a month-to-month basis.
Okay, thank you. Speakers. Any councillors to speak on this item? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, and thank you to both SSHA staff, Marian Bedard, thank you, as well as Scott Kirkham from TCHC for the report. I really do value very deeply how hard everybody has been working to provide the supports that are necessary to keep the most vulnerable tenants and residents housed. And oftentimes you're doing it without a lot of other government supports. And I just want to acknowledge that although the provincial government has not done as cities and towns have asked them, which is to bring forth a comprehensive residential eviction ban, TCHC has stepped up. And I recognize that in my conversations with TCHC, and even when preparing for the original motion that Councillor Bailao had seconded back in December, it actually was not a Toronto Star article that sort of prompted us to take action. It was just us recognizing that as a city, which owns, 58,000 affordable housing units, we needed to do more to provide some supports to the tenants. Certainly, there are all sorts of rooms for improvement, and I think that room will continue to be occupied with options for improvement. But I am really, and I just want to say this because I think it needs to be said publicly, the TCHC staff have done extraordinary work during the pandemic to try to respond to the needs of their tenants, who are our tenants as well as City of Toronto. And I do recognize that they have been very hard at work trying to keep everybody housed. And that means that there are times where they have to stretch themselves even further to make sure that folks don't fall through the cracks. And I just want to acknowledge that work, and also to say thank you from the depths of my heart for all that you've done, and to move through this particular crisis with the compassion that you have demonstrated, the hard work and leadership that you have, because we're not out of the clear yet. And I just think that we need to say thank you to you folks far more often, and I wanted to be able to do that today, both to TCHC and of course to Marianne and her team at SSHA. And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors to speak on this item? Give me 1 second so I can see everybody. No other speakers? Thank you. I echo Councillor Wong-Tam's gratitude to SSHA and TCHC. Thank you for the report and responding to the motion and all the work that you're doing, not only maintaining people housing, but I know that you're working hard as well to get units ready to house more people, and especially on the rapid housing program. So thank you for all the work you're doing. And with that, we can move on the recommendations. All those in favor? That opposed? That carries. Thank you. Next item is temporary use zoning bylaws to provide an extension to existing temporary permissions for outdoor patios for bars and restaurants. Questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I just had a question of staff. So and I think this is also may cover some of the discussion that was taking place around Scarborough, where there's a number of strip plazas and people would like to put up a big patio. What is the requirement to have all of the property owners approve that, or is there any steps that are taken in any way? Let's say there's 10 property owners in a little plaza, and somebody wants to put up significant space to have everybody outside, which is a great idea. What's the threshold for that proceeding?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, I can imagine there'll be a number of scenarios. You could have a situation where a plaza is one owner and there are tenants in a plaza. You could, as you described, have a plaza that is a series of owners. So it will be highly dependent on the ownership and tenancy pattern in that plaza. I know that what we're doing through the zoning is just providing that relief, and then there'll have to be a degree of collaboration that takes place between the tenants and the owners. Should, for example, a small proprietor want to put out a patio out front on their own parking spaces, requiring no permit to do that work, that could just happen. Where, and I've seen some collaborations that happened even before the pandemic, where a group of, where an owner in a plaza got together with some tenants and they put out like a nest of patio areas that took up maybe 20 parking spaces. So I can just foresee a number of scenarios, but very much dependent on the arrangements of ownership and tenancy.
So if somebody's applying for a larger one and they're not the single owner of the plaza, what are those requirements, or are there any?
There are no, other than the relief that we're providing, they may not even need to come to the city for a permit. We're trying literally to get out of the way here and providing this overall relief from,
I get it.
so it's hard to predict. And I think you're quite right, Councillor. The discussion earlier at Council was about what means we can undertake to track the activity and to promote the activity. And economic development is leading that initiative. There was a motion at Council to report back on a number of initiatives to inspire this type of activity across North York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke, where you see these plazas. So ECDEV is leading a number of initiatives to promote and work with local councillors and local business associations and other leaders to engender this type of activity for 2021.
Will that come back anywhere, that process, or is that just?
Yeah, I'm just looking at some notes that ECDEB provided to us, and they are indicating that, well, the motion was to report back to executive committee, but they are also actively underway looking at these ideas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Helps
You're
me.
welcome.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions? Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, could you walk me through why the new expiry is set at April 14th? I understand when we were getting the program starting, it was kind of about moving quickly and getting it going, but April sounds like the start of cafe and patio season.
It's coordinated with the beginning and end of cafe TO, so the timing of the zoning bylaw amendment is coordinated with that, and we're proposing an extension before it actually expires on the private side, so we're running it into 2022.
Okay. I appreciate the zoning component is being extended. I think that's fantastic. Just being fairly hands-on with Cafe TO this year and seeing the different challenges working across all the divisions that contribute to that. Have we been looking at how we're going to be taking lessons learned from the program last year and making sure that everyone at the City of Toronto is on the same page for that across the different divisions?
Yeah, through the speaker, there is a coordinated effort principally led by transportation and MLS around the use of public property and where we need to support that. We have been. We're a minor player probably in the greater scheme of things, and economic development, as indicated to Councillor Fletcher, is getting more involved with the promotional side of this. I see Carlton there. He may wish to add to my comments.
No, you're exactly right, Greg. There's a number of partners involved in this, and we all want to work together to make it work. It's important for you as councillors and the situations that you've experienced and your business have experienced to bring those to our attention so we can work through them and continue to improve the program.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you both for your work on this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Speakers? No speakers? Okay, I will move the motion, and thanks staff for great work. I think we're all looking forward to be able to enjoy the patios as soon as the stay-at-home order is lifted and the weather starts getting better. Okay, all those in favor as a package, if we can move it as a package? Opposed, and that carries. Thank you. Next item, update on short-term rental regulations. We have a staff presentation.
So I'm just waiting for the clerk to put the presentation on the screen. Excellent, thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlton Grant, and I'm the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards with the City of Toronto. And I'm here today to provide an update on short-term rental regulations and with a lot of the activity that's happened over the past number of years and the past number of weeks. Next slide, please. So just as a recap, at the beginning of 2018, the city passed a bylaw to regulate short-term rentals. It's known as Municipal Code Chapter 547. And in it, short-term rental operators must only rent their principal residence, which is a really key piece of the regulations and has been instrumental in the activities so far to date. They must register with the City of Toronto, get a unique registration number, pay $50 per year, and they must, if they're working independently, collect the municipal accommodation tax and remit it quarterly. Companies such as Airbnb and Booking.com must obtain a business license at a cost of $5,000. It's a one-time fee, and then they submit a scalable $1 per night booked back to the city. Next slide, please. So what's important to note here is the policy objectives and the fact that short-term rental is one of just many factors involved in the housing market, but it's important, and the regulations have been designed in such a way that we promote the policy objectives of making sure that housing and rental housing is available and it's affordable. So the Toronto Housing Action Plan outlines key strategies to increase the affordable rental supply in Toronto. Next slide, please. And this is something that we're working very closely on with our partners in the the Housing Secretariat and City Planning. And this just gives you a high-level overview of some of the housing TO actions that are already in flight. Next slide, please. So the rental landscape, and again, this is done in coordination with our colleagues in planning and the Housing Secretariat. Lots of changes in 2020, seeing the highest vacancy rate in the past 15 years, changes with respect to different parts of the city, in the downtown core and north of Etobicoke, and then condo rental vacancy increasing also to 2%. So lots of changes, and just of note on the affordable piece, that according to the CMHC, a bachelor is around $1,200, a one bedroom $1,400, and a two bedroom $1,600. So I just wanted to provide that context in the grand scheme of housing, and that short-term rentals is designed in such a way to not impact these. So next slide, please. So this is just a illustration of the timelines. We've been working on this for the past number of years. You can see from the left, as you move from left to right, the last 4 or 5 years, approval by council, a lengthy appeal period, and then the implementation. And the gray arrows are of note, as they outline provincial regulations that have, generally impacted the tourism industry in general. Next slide. Next slide. So we worked really closely with our partners in IT and the customer experience group to develop a 100% online digital registration, which went from September to December. And so far we have registered 3,000 operators. And this registration data is included on the city's open data site. Next slide. And this is just an example of what you get once you've applied. And the key piece that I want to note here to draw your attention to in the middle of the screen is a unique application reference number. In this case, it's 944-512. And this is the number that needs to be posted on on Airbnb's site. They are not permitted to advertise other properties that are short-term rental, that is less than 28 days, unless they have this unique number. So that's critical. And that helps us with the data and the compliance factor. Next slide, please. So just as context, we have licensed one company today, which is Airbnb. They are the biggest player in the market, accounting for about 75% of the listings. And we're working with Booking.com. Because of the regulations that we have brought in place and different platforms having different business models where they are investment properties, companies like Expedia and TripAdvisor have chosen not to be licensed and will not be licensing short-term rentals in the City of Toronto. Next slide, please. Just a key piece here, municipal accommodation tax. This is done with our colleagues in legal and revenue services, whereby each night there's a requirement for a 4% municipal accommodation tax to be remitted to the city. Revenue services and legal have worked really closely with Airbnb, and they have secured a voluntary collection agreement whereby they will collect it on behalf of all their operators, in this case 3,000, and then remit it as one payment each quarter versus us as a city having to deal with 3,000 people. So that is a good news story, and a lot of work went into that. So next slide. So compliance and enforcement, this is something that we have been enforcing over the past number of years. Really important that we do receive complaints from 311. We have been investigating them. They all are fairly lengthy, kind of their address by address individual investigations. So in the early days, it was related to zoning because these were not permitted. Now that they are permitted, we've shifted a little bit to how, are they registered? Do they have the appropriate number, and are they following the city's rules? Key piece to help with this is we have a compliance and audit team that looks at the data. This is a highly data-driven industry and a highly data-driven enforcement model. We are in the process, going to bid committee later this week to secure a company to do data scraping with us, which is a third-party group, to take a look at the people who are trying to skirt the rules and the people who are trying to get around the rules that we have established. So that's critical, and we're looking forward to working with that group. Next slide. This is just an example of a channel that we added in January 1st of this year, an additional channel for members of the public to report issues or file complaints related to short-term rentals. Next slide. So again, we have a very detailed enforcement action plan. There's 5 key points to it. We're working with the operators to make sure that they register. We're posting it on open data. We're working with the short-term rental companies. We're making sure that the data that they provide to us is accurate. We're validating it. When we ask them to remove hundreds of listings, they have accommodated so far. And then we're taking enforcement action on those properties that are non-compliant. So 5 key things here that we're doing and we continue to do as we work through the early days of this regulation. Next slide. So complaint data, again, fairly heavy in the first 6, 7, 8 weeks of the program. 237 complaints, all of which need to be validated, and not all of them are validated as true complaints. But I do want to note that our enforcement staff have been active. They have issued 6 notices of violations to date and have also filed 13 charges with provincial courts. And these are primarily for operators who have advertised or rented out without being registered with the City of Toronto. So in short, what we're doing is working, and we continue to work through this as we find emerging issues. Next slide. So very timely. It's not ready for publishing yet, but the city, through the Housing Secretariat, commissioned research on short-term rentals and the impact on the housing market and affordable housing to support and respond to a member's motion. I believe it was Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Cressy from in the fall. And again, that work has been procured. McGill group has done a lot of work on this. And I'm going to outline some of the preliminary findings that show we're trending in the right direction. And this report will become public in the next few weeks. And it will also be subject to discussion when the Housing Secretariat brings a report on this matter in April back to this committee. Next slide. So just some of the key pieces here, and I think the second bullet is the most important one, and that again, we've identified 3,400 unique Airbnb listings which are posted as long-term rentals, and the overwhelmingly majority of them were commercial. And when I say commercial, the best way for me to explain this is these were investment properties. And the principal residence piece of our regulations does not allow for investment properties. It has to be your principal residence. And when it's your principal residence, you have the necessary oversight to make sure you're minimizing nuisance and you know what's going on. Having 8 and 9 and 10 investment properties they put on short-term rentals is not permitted and is illegal, and that is a big piece that we have found and that the McGill report substantiates. Next slide. Could be, I think, so yeah, so just in conclusion, you know, a lot of data out there. We're understanding what it means. A lot of the long-term rental or these investment properties that are coming back on the market are not necessarily affordable housing units. In fact, they are 20% higher in rental costs than the regular. So a lot of data here, a lot moving forward, and we hope to work with our partners to have this published shortly, so you can see what an independent third party has to say about what's happening with respect to short-term rentals, housing market, and affordable housing in our city. I think that's it. Happy to take any questions once. I think there is a couple of deputants, so happy to move on.
Thank you, Carlton. First deputant, we have Nathan Rotman. Good afternoon, Nathan.
Good afternoon. Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thanks for hearing from Airbnb today. On behalf of our host community, we thank you for your leadership during these difficult times. We also want to thank Mr. Grant and his team for the very collaborative working relationship that we've built over the last couple of months as we've gone through the licensing procedures. We're now near the 1-year anniversary of half of humanity being isolated in their homes. We're still in the depths of the crisis, but the good work of our public health leadership and the vaccine is providing a light at the end of the tunnel. At the outset of the pandemic, Airbnb recognized that we share in the universal responsibility to do our part to help stop the spread of the virus. We made it clear to guests and hosts that this was not the time for leisure travel, and our actions included communicating directly with those hosts and guests, providing details of local restrictions on social media channels, and making it easier for guests to cancel reservations and get full refunds so no one felt it necessary to travel in order to avoid penalties or lose hard-earned money. On behalf of Airbnb, we're very proud to be the first and only licensed short-term rental platform in Toronto. We spent months working closely with your officials through a very complicated licensing process to understand and meet the significant requirements of the licensing, tax, and fee bylaws. Since becoming a registered platform, we have provided unprecedented access to data and gone above and beyond the requirements of the bylaw by providing the city with real-time access to all Toronto listings on our platform through the Airbnb City Portal. This new tool was developed to support cities with enforcement and provides MLS with real-time access to all active listings with an automated process to request the removal of listings who are not in compliance with the bylaw in a fast and efficient manner. As enforcement is a public responsibility, we provide all the tools necessary to support the city to conduct its work. In addition to the portal, since early January 2021, Airbnb began enforcing a license field whereby only hosts with valid registration numbers may engage in short-term rentals in the City of Toronto. As per the bylaw, in the event that a host has inaccurately entered a registration number in our system, we will remove the listing from the short-term rental marketplace upon request. This is precisely why Airbnb goes above and beyond our data sharing requirements with Toronto by sharing data about certain types of listings that are not specifically covered by the bylaw. Following our first data sharing report on February 1st, 2021, we received requests from MLS to remove listings with inaccurate registration numbers. These removals were undertaken immediately. We want to make it clear, if someone includes an inaccurate registration number in their listing, the city will inform us and the listing will be removed. Finally, Airbnb is happy to voluntarily collect the municipal accommodation tax in the city to support government revenues. This helps ease the administrative burden on the city from having to collect the tax from each individual host and allows the city transparency and certainty with regard to the tax collection. The costs of the administration are fully borne by Airbnb, unlike the city's agreement with the Greater Toronto Hotel Association, for which the city spends hundreds of thousands of dollars, paying the hotel industry to collect the same tax from its membership and for which the city does not apply a $1 per night fee. While Airbnb has taken arduous steps to become a licensed platform to operate in the city of Toronto, others have not. This includes Booking.com and TripAdvisor. We are concerned that Toronto's administration has not taken action on illegally posted listings on other platforms and request that this committee direct administration to ensure that there is fair and equal enforcement across the many short-term rental platforms operating in Toronto. These other platforms are also, to the best of our knowledge, not paying the $1 per night booking fee or remitting the 4% MAT. If this problem is not addressed soon, it will become clear that hosts can move to non-compliant platforms to avoid regulation, taxes, and data sharing. Councillors, the last year has been very difficult for many people around the world. That is why Airbnb is proud to continue to support frontline workers in Toronto through our $700,000 donation of free listings for healthcare workers in need of housing or isolation. Our partnership with SEIU Healthcare is but one of the ways that Airbnb and our host community are working to support Torontonians through this pandemic. Now, as we begin to see hope on the horizon and our attention turns to economic recovery, it's important to consider how travel and tourism can play a vital role. In 2019, guest spending accounted for over $1 billion in economic activity in Toronto. 45% of that was spent in restaurants, now struggling due to the pandemic. Airbnb hosts want to be part of the recovery, and by working together, we can help neighborhoods and small businesses get back on their feet. We look forward to working together to help Toronto's economic recovery when it is safe to travel again. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher, I think there's something wrong with your sound. Are you muted?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I'll start your time again. And Councillor Wong-Tam, I got you next.
Nice to see you. Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions, particularly around that once the city tells you that that's not the right registration number, then you're happy to remove it. I think for a number of us, that feels a bit backward. That would not the onus be better on you to check that those who are giving registrations actually are valid registration numbers that you're posting? And I'll give you the example of, a STR 1234, that somebody got that and then you posted that and the city had to go in and check that. So would it not be better for you to validate that, get those numbers, check, and then post rather than post automatically?
Councillor, thank you for the question. Our understanding and our responsibility under Toronto's bylaw is to remove ineligible listings. And so the process that we outlined in our application procedure and that was accepted by the city was one where anytime the city asks us to remove a listing that is in contravention of the bylaw, that we remove it immediately. There is not a process to check against the city's data.
Unless they send everything over to you. So that could be a tweak. Would you be open to that being a tweak at some point?
We're in active discussions with the city on a variety of different files, and so I can't answer that question today, but certainly it is a matter of discussion at the moment.
And so, just from the slideshow that we all saw, I'm just interested in. Originally, I think maybe a year ago there were 15 or 18,000 listings on your site, and I'm just going here in November of 2020, only 6.3% of Toronto listings had a minimum stay of 28 days or more. So they were people that were in the short-term rental market and wishing to do that. And then the stats say that at the beginning of February, it was 72%. So what are you posting those so-called, I'll call them so-called long-term rentals on the Airbnb site?
Councillor, there are a number of different kinds of listings on our site. They include boutique hotels, bed and breakfasts, hostels, long-term rentals, so over 28 nights, as well as short-term rentals who are licensed under this particular bylaw.
Does it surprise you, shock you at all to see that go from 6% to 71%? Does that think that something odd has happened here?
Well, Councillor, you know, if hosts need to make decisions about what's best for them, if they do not comply with Toronto's bylaw, then there's a number of tools available to them, including moving to the long-term housing market, keeping their listing on for minimum 28 night stays. You know, I can't.
And what
happens for the
if somebody's listing at 28 days, but actually not renting for a full 28 days? They are having people move in and out during that time.
That is not allowed on our platform based on the bylaw.
And you're checking that that's not happening. Do you have a rigorous approach given that discrepancy in numbers?
They guests pay in at the front of their stay, so there is not a process for people to game that system, so to speak.
I see. Okay, that is those are my questions. And how many long-term rentals are there exactly? We have that there. Don't have the number. I just have the percent.
I don't have that number available to me at this time.
Okay, thank you. Maybe other councillors have questions.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to our deputant. Hello, Nathan. Nice to connect with you here. I want to ask Nathan a question that's slightly different than, I mean, it's going to add to the operations that you represent. But my questions are going to be around human trafficking and illegal activity that's taking place in Airbnb units. In just about every jurisdiction that Airbnb seems to operate, there seems to be a follow-up activity that's constant and chronic in the units. What is your company, Airbnb, doing to actually combat human trafficking? And by that, I just explained that your platform seems to be enabling human trafficking, and that, of course, being a criminal matter. What are you folks doing to curb that and to eliminate it?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So obviously, human trafficking is a terrible occurrence and a terrible crime if it's happening. I disagree that it is disproportionately happening through our platform as opposed to through the greater, accommodation sector writ large. We are in discussions with the provincial government right now with regard to their recently announced law to better understand that and see how we can support law enforcement with information when requested. We also have a global partnership with an organization called Polaris, which helps to train our hosts and our customer service agents to better monitor potential human trafficking that may be occurring on our platform. We were members of the Civic Action Human Trafficking Task Force here in Toronto, which recently announced some advertising campaigns around education with regard to human trafficking. And I'd say that our partnership with law enforcement is really important for this. Through something called airbnb.com/LERT, law enforcement officials can request information from Airbnb in a timely manner in order to access information about hosts or guests that may be on our platform.
Thank you, Nathan. I think you were saying that you have a disagreement that human trafficking is taking place in Airbnb units. Did I hear you correctly? Is that you're denying that it takes place?
No, I didn't deny that it's taking place. I said I deny that it disproportionately, I haven't seen statistics that say it disproportionately is taking place on short-term rentals as opposed to in the broader tourist accommodation sector as well.
So how are you responding to the Toronto police who actually have stated in numerous reports and interviews that they see human trafficking being facilitated through Airbnb units?
If the Toronto Police reach out to us for information, we share that information in a timely manner.
Then what is your company doing to proactively ensure that criminal activity such as human trafficking is not permitted or allowed to be used in your units? You have a platform, you're facilitating a need and want in the open market, and there's a need and want in the open market that also includes anonymized stays, short-term stays, and illegal activity seems to be taking place. What is your responsibility and the responsibility of Airbnb to address that proactively?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. We take that very seriously. We've established a robust training curriculum for Airbnb customer support agents and crisis managers to assist in identification of possible signs of exploitations and exploitation and improved the reporting of potential trafficking. We've developed smart protocols to share our learnings and support our cooperation with law enforcement. And through our partnership with Polaris, we are learning about the various tools and signs that we can better help to flag possible exploitation on Airbnb before it happens around the world.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Nunziata.
I just have a question. My problem is, and which I've had for a while, is the Airbnbs where people are renting them for the weekend, partying, causing disturbance in the community. We've reported it to staff, and it's ongoing enforcement to some of these homes. At that point, do not just suspend, remove them from the listing. Like it's very frustrating for me that it takes us months and months to close any of these illegal Airbnbs that are operating for other uses.
Councillor, thanks very much for that important question. With regard to parties or nuisances, we absolutely don't accept those on our platform from our listings. There is a portal. So obviously, Mr. Grant outlined the 311 process. There's also an Airbnb process. Earlier at the beginning of 2020, we announced a 24/7 phone line where neighbors can call to let us know if there is a neighborhood disturbance, where we will act immediately on that matter. In the event that someone is hosting a party which is banned on our platform, we will take action against the host and potentially the guest. And through airbnb.com/neighbors, which is a tool that's available, you can, neighborhood constituents of yours or you yourself can report on problematic properties that you believe may be on our platform. I outlined that in an email to all councillors at the beginning of January, and would be happy to follow up if there are specific properties of concern.
So these specific properties, do you remove them from the listing?
It depends on the specific circumstances. If the guest was not accurately describing why they were hosting, it could be a guest problem as opposed to a host problem. Many of our hosts are very responsible and want to do the right thing. So if it's a problematic ongoing host problem, we definitely want to hear from you in order to take action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions? I have a few myself. Nathan, I want to make sure I understood correctly. Did you, in your answers to Councillor Fletcher, say that all the listings that are now on the long-term listings, so over 28 days, if I go online and try to book that property for anything less than 28 days, I will not be able to do it? I will not be able to complete the transaction and actually make my payment? Was that what you said?
That is correct. If you search for listings, you'll see different listings for over 28 versus under 28 days, but they are blocked from short-term rentals if they do not have a short-term rental license with this on our platform.
Okay, so I go in, and if I say 5 days, it will not accept my payment. I will not be able to do that because it is under the over 28 days.
Yes, if they don't have a short-term rental registration number with the city, that is correct.
Okay. Also, I understand that that you have some listings that are under property management. So I could have a property management company and then have 20 homes under my property management and have them as exempt because I'm the property management, and so it would be exempt of getting a listing, a license registration with the city. Is that how you read our bylaw?
No, that would be incorrect. The only listings allowed on our platform are the only short-term rental listings available on our platform for rent for under 28 days must have a City of Toronto short-term rental registration number. If they do not, they are locked to 28 days or more. Some short-term rental hosts choose not to manage their listing when they are on vacation, when they're away for work, whatever the instance may be, and have a property manager who manages the day-to-day process. That doesn't change the requirement to follow the City of Toronto bylaw.
Okay.
So on the front end of our system, you may see Bob has 13 listings. Bob doesn't have 13 listings. Bob is a property manager supporting 13 different people who have primary residence
but the listings
are renting out their primary residence.
But all those listings that are under Bob should all have different registration numbers.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is my understanding of the bylaw, at least.
Okay. Thank you. Those were my questions. I think that completes the questions to you, Nathan. We don't have any other speakers on this item, so we'll now move to questions of staff. Anybody with questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I just have a question, and it has to do with the 311 reporting. You've indicated that you have a portal, but when I've asked to have the report pulled, they say they cannot pull it in that way because there's no discrete category internally for checking if that is a legitimate short-term rental or not. Would you agree with that? We've kind of found that that is hard to do.
So thank you for the question. We had asked 311 to join us and they had said yes. I don't see them here. So there is a category.
Maybe I'll let Councillor Wong-Tam speak, because I think I'd like to hear directly why they haven't done that. Can't do that.
We'll try to get them back on the line.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, that's great.
We'll come back to you, Councillor Fletcher.
Madam Chair, I'll just step out for a second and then.
Yep, I'll go to Councillor Wong-Tam and come back to you. Hopefully somebody by 311 will join us at that point. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. And through you to Carlton Grant. Carlton, in your report, obviously the licensing regime has just come in. It's still, I think, early days, and we've seen some news reports almost saying that the program has failed. Can you sort of speak to that? I mean, I think it's early days, and then we have some early assessments that perhaps the program is not performing the way it should be. What's your opinion on that?
So I'm biased, but I would completely disagree. I think my team has worked on a very complex set of regulations. We've worked with IT, the Customer Service Experience Group. We've worked with Revenue Services. We've worked with the platforms. We've licensed the platform, one of the most complex licensing pieces that we have ever done. And it is early days. We are 8 weeks in. This report was meant to come 1 year after the implementation of this program. So this is sped up. I understand there's a lot of media attention. But what's also really important to note is the media attention on this is we want to eliminate this. What we have done is work closely with Airbnb to remove thousands of listings and close down hundreds of fake listings. So I think the principal residence requirement has been instrumental. We've removed investment properties, and we continue to work with these companies, this company, to remove them. So, and we're continuing to license, Booking.com, who will be the next player. So, I would disagree. I think this is similar to what's happened in other municipalities across North America, and our regulations are stricter than those as well. So ours takes a little longer. But I'm very pleased and with the amount of work that has gone in with my team. I've been involved with this project and the regulations from the public consultation through to implementation. So I've been involved since 2016 and heavily involved and very proud of the work my team has done on this.
Carlton, thank you. I want to just lean into your presentation and your report. It's very detailed, but it's also very difficult to track because you're looking at so many different sets of data. Recently, the City of Toronto has put out a new tool that allows us to track the type of individuals going into the shelter system and how long they're staying in the shelters, and just sort of following that movement, but through a number of data sets. I have a motion that I know you've seen and you've looked at. I want to be able to create a similar tool that allows us to track what's happening with those short-term rentals, and it actually uses the open data portal at the city. Can you speak to whether or not that is something that you can also help create? I'm just adding one more thing to your plate. I apologize in advance. But I think it will actually make your work easier because it'll be self-populating in the future. So it's information that we can all draw upon and know exactly where the system is and where short-term rentals as a sector is, almost nightly or if not weekly. Can this be implemented?
So happy to learn from and with my colleagues in shelter, support, and housing. What I do know and what I can let you know is that it took them 18 months to develop that. So it is lengthy. Can we learn from from them doing it, and can we do that shorter? Potentially. I would have to talk to my IT partners. That's not something that I could answer. I understand the spirit of what you're looking to do. And I think it's admirable. I think that is, we do want to know what's happening. So, I mean, I'm supportive of it. I just think it will take some time.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to ask you about human trafficking, because this is an issue that I've raised on and on now since 2016 and earlier, when the issue first came to my knowledge. Toronto police have identified that Airbnb and short-term rentals are being used to facilitate and traffic human beings, and oftentimes it's individuals domestically. So it's girls and young women from the north, from rural communities that are moving through condominiums along Yonge Street, along the waterfront. Can you speak to what you can do, or what the Toronto Police can do, or what Airbnb platforms can do to curb this activity and eliminate it altogether?
Sure, and thank you for the question. And yes, I would like to eliminate it. The key, and we do work closely with SDF&A and Toronto Police Service on human trafficking. The key piece with these regulations, and I agree this has been happening, and use the term ghost hotels and along the corridor, the key thing that's different now from last year is principal residence. And because of principal residence, you have oversight. When we didn't have principal residence, we had investment properties, and we had 10 properties, extra 10 that were out there with no oversight, and it allowed it to happen. I believe strongly that the principal residence regulation will significantly reduce this type of activity in Airbnbs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, is anyone joined us from 311 to answer Councillor Fletcher's questions? Do we have staff here from 311?
Again, we asked them to attend and they said they would, but I'm not seeing them. Again, Ginny can outline the work that we have done with them, but I think Councillor Fletcher, and rightly so, is looking for a response from 311 one directly versus MLS. So
I have a motion later, so we can leave that because they're not here. But I'm very disappointed that having asked that they be here, that they're not attending, because it's not up to you to talk about how they run their platform. It's their own. Thank you. I will speak to that and move my motion. But the other thing that I asked was, it does seem to be very labor intensive for the city, because I can go on and I can put a number in, and then I give that to Airbnb, and then you have to check if it's real, and then you let them know that it's not real, and then they take it down. I'm not sure why that was negotiated in that way at the beginning. It does seem like the onus just lands on the city. And was it city legal, or who advised you to put it in that way, Mr. Grant?
So I would say that the negotiations, again, with a complex licensing type, had 29, 30 different variables that we needed to negotiate. While they need to follow the bylaw, we also need to find a way to operationalize it. I think we felt that it was a matter of trust, and we wanted to make sure that we were validating these properties on our own. We're required to do that. They're required to do it as well. But I think in the end, we as a group elected to make sure that we were validating the addresses versus them giving us a data dump of properties that they thought were valid or not, that we would have to validate anyway.
Well, I guess I'm not asking that. I'm saying somebody has a number. It would then be up to Airbnb or Booking.com to then go and say, check the number if it's really truly registered on the city register. So you elected to put all the work on the city, and I'm wondering if there's still room to actually put the onus on the person who is hosting those numbers, and that it's up to the business to say, here's the legitimate people. I'm assuming that Beck Taxi gives you a list of those.
Not necessarily the best example.
Not necessarily the best example. Okay, 15 will be upset. She'll be calling. But we probably have long-standing arrangements. But this is new. Everything's online. There's no pencil and paper here. It's all online. So to me, that seems like a pretty important shift, because we're having to put a lot of resources in order to support somebody's business. We don't normally do that.
No, thank you for the question. You're correct. And this is new for us. We're learning. We are working through this. We want to put as you say, the onus on the platform. There is platform accountability is something I speak of often. They need to do their work. And as we put this up on open data, you're right, it is their requirement to look at those numbers and to validate those and to take off others, so that it is alleviating the work that we're having to do. You're correct.
Thank you. So are you a little concerned or gobsmacked by the fact that now 71% of those who said they had a short-term rental are now saying they actually have a long-term rental?
Yeah, that's a big number. And what that tells me is, as you say, gobsmacked, or for me, it's a giant red flag that we need to work with our compliance team and to make sure that those who have actually gone to long-term are participating that way. What I do know is that a number of those long-term ones, though, are inactive. Many people haven't been participating for over a year. They have a listing, they have a membership, but they have not rented for over a year.
How many would those be? What percentage?
It's hard to say of that 71%, but I just something that is, I think it's a big chunk.
But you don't know the number?
No, I don't know the number.
Perhaps in April, we can be a little more surgical with our numbers and what's going on. So that's fine. That's good. Thank you very much. I'm good, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Carlton, you had some number on your slide that it went too fast and I couldn't fully understand. It was around 34.1 that failed. What do you mean failed?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't recall that. We would have had, like, are you saying a percentage or a number?
It was a percentage.
Through the chair, it's Abby here. I think it was the 34.1 that failed to be rented on long-term rental platforms. So I think it was part of the information from the McGill University.
That failed to be rented in the long term?
That they moved off the short-term rentals, but during the data scrape, it was identified that they were not then rented as long-term. So they kind of failed to make the switch between short-term and long-term.
Oh, okay. So it's actually the answer to Councillor Fletcher is the ones that actually probably stayed inactive over this last year. So that's what it means actually, at least at the point in time that
active.
At least the point in time that they did the data scraping, right?
Yeah, so they're still active on the short-term rental websites in terms of being there, but they've not necessarily been rented, and they also did not make the transition to long-term rental. So the question remains the motivation and intention of the owners.
But have these 34% seeked to obtain a registration number, or they're non-compliant? What I'm trying to understand is, are these 34% non-compliant properties that we have online right now?
I think that's some of the further work that we need to do with the MLS team. Now we have this data. The data we included today was very preliminary, and it raises a number of questions like the one you have just asked, and there's more work to do with the teams.
Okay. And this is the report that is coming back in April?
I think we may be rethinking or bringing in new information or directions in that report as a result of seeing this early data from McGill, and we'll be working with Carlton and Ginny and the whole team at MLS to maybe make some suggestions or recommendations in that report.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, those were my questions as well. Speakers on the item? Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I do have a motion, if the clerk can please put that on screen. The motion is broken down into two portions, and I apologize, Carlton, in advance. You know what it's going to be looking like, but it does require you and your team to do a little bit of work. I really value the work that MLS has done on this particular file already, but I do think that this motion is necessary, and I'm just going to explain it. We have known now at the City of Toronto, and it has been flagged for us by Toronto Police Service, that short-term rentals, especially on the Airbnb platform, has been chronically problematic for some time. Not for necessarily, I mean, there are a number of issues, but what the police have flagged for us, and they've actually said it's really demoralizing for them, because they know that we've been trying to license the short-term rentals. They apparently have reached out to Airbnb on numerous occasions, and they feel like we haven't done enough to help them deal with the challenges and the criminality around human trafficking and the activity that's taking place in short-term rentals. I really hope that we can get in front of this. It's now been 4 or 5 long years, and I know that for staff, I know, Carlton, you have expressed to me on several occasions how you are deeply committed to doing everything you can to eradicate short-term rentals when it comes to human trafficking. So Carlton, I'm going to ask you to dig deeper, get back in touch with Toronto Police, make sure that they're looped in on the work that you're doing so that they can further inform you and this committee and City Council on how we can actually tighten those regulations even further. So short-term rentals will not be ever used for human trafficking or any other type of criminal activity again. Because along with that comes a whole host of other disruptive behavior. And I think that if we are in this realm of regulating this particular type of use, we need to do everything we can to not just eliminate the ghost hotels, but also ensure that the security around the physical use of these units is going to be super tight. And I think we have a responsibility to not enable the criminal activity, but do everything we can to eliminate it. The second part of my motion is, and I recognize that it is a bit of work, but Carlton, you said that the SSHA staff worked with IT staff and developed a platform that allowed you to leverage open data to report back out almost in real time. So I'm hoping that this is not going to be an incredible new set of work, but rather using the platform that now has been created to plug in different data sets so we can have a snapshot when we need to have that look at what's happening in this sector. And so my motion is to ask you to actually do the work that you've described, but also to streamline it so we actually have real good data, have a clear understanding of what's happening in the sector. So therefore, if we need to make some pivots in the regulations, if there's ways for us to improve it, things that we've done well, and things that we've not, we need to be able to address it very quickly. And I've just highlighted it there for you. Your work doesn't have to be limited to those subsets in terms of data. If you feel like something is missing or if you feel like something is overpopulated, let me know. But I'm just hoping to give you a framework to work from. And I just want to thank you, Carlton, and the incredible team at MLS. We seem to constantly be asking you to do more and more these days. But I think you also recognize that City Council in many ways is responding to these disruptors, as they're called, in the economy, in civil society. And you and this division seems to be our front line of defense. And I just want to thank all the work that you're doing. And the fact that you've done it under tremendous pressure during the pandemic is not lost on myself. And I'm sure it's not lost on any member of council. So thank you very much.
Other speakers on this item? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I have a couple of motions too that staff have. The first is this is to look at those that have paid that $50 fee and now there's no rental opportunities because of the pandemic, to look at whether or not that's possible to extend the period that their registration would be covered for. That's the first one. The next one. This is about the 311, and I've been having this discussion for a day or two with Mr. Grant and Ms. Jenny Addy on just the 311, where in trying to pull a report for my ward on people that were concerned or calling in, there was no category that they were able to sort to. So while there might be a portal for input, there is not a category for export. And I think it's helpful if we can see who's making the complaints. It's just listed under zoning at the moment. So this would, when this report comes back, that could be part of that as well, as to making that change, or even before if they can. That's the second motion. And then this is the third motion. It has to do with the questions that I asked both Mr. Rotman and Mr. Grant, and it just has to do with where the onus is. As I mentioned earlier, if I wanted to, I could just go online, register my property, put my own number, and then tell Airbnb I have it and here it is. And that was the example of STR 1234, STR ABCDE that obviously weren't properly registered. And then Airbnb or booking.com has those registration numbers. The city then has to go and check that they're correct. It does make sense to me in this digital age because this is a 150% digital operation that the Airbnb, when they tell us, here's the legitimate people. And that wasn't negotiated in that way. And I think it would be helpful to look at that particular piece and see if we can renegotiate that in terms that are more favorable to the city staff and staying on top of who's legitimate and who isn't. So those are the three motions that I want to put here today. I do want to thank Ms. Ginny Addy and Carlton Grant for really being responsive and great slideshow. I hope that we're able to get that, Mr. Grant. I hadn't seen that before. Very well put together information. And their work on this file, which is not easy and has taken a long time from its inception to just getting this packed in a way that works for everybody. I am particularly interested in the 71% of residents that had short-term rentals that said they're moving off to a long-term over 28-day rental. And I was very pleased to hear Mr. Grant say that you'd be having to look into how that's a phenomenon, and it really deserves a deeper dive. And I think we have that commitment. Also, just want to support you, Councillor Wong-Tam, with the motion around human trafficking. You and I have worked on that file for a long time in order to curb that, keep young women safe, and not have safe havens for people bringing in young girls from particularly other parts of the province and being able to easily hide the operations in a short-term rental situation. So thank you. Those are my motions and my remarks today, Chair.
Thank you so much. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, I would like to say a few words. I want to thank staff for the report. I know that you weren't expecting to have to report on this, but I think this is a very important issue that I think committee has shown that wants to have regular updates and work with you in ensuring that we implement this bylaw as soon as possible and in an effective way. I'm particularly pleased to see the involvement and the work that we're doing with McGill and the research that we're doing and the deep dive that we're doing to fully understand the impact that this has on housing. I agree that the 70% that moved into the long-term care, it needs some scrutiny around that. So I am looking forward to having that work. I want to speak in particular in support of the motion from Councillor Fletcher around having the responsibility of the short-term rental platforms to verify the registration numbers. When I started to read and hear and actually saw some correspondence from some of the short-term rentals and heard from them that they will remove it upon our request, the first thing that came to my mind is, imagine if the grocery stores started telling us that they'll take the expired milk out of their shelves if public health officials tell them to. That's not how it works, right? I think, businesses are responsible for the products and what they have. And I think that the short-term platforms have to take some accountability for what they're offering and to make sure that people are following the rules that, they've worked and they've agreed to obey by. And I think that having them ensuring that the accountability is also on their side, I think it is important. Doesn't mean that we're not going to check. Of course we should check. We should still do, our enforcement, but it's not for us to request them to remove. The first step is for them as they're putting these properties up to check the validity of those registrations. And also would like to speak in support of Councillor Wong Tam's motion around the human trafficking issue. She's absolutely right. We have heard reports from Toronto Police around this issue, and I think this is something that we need to look and work towards tackling and work with the short-term platforms to bring some solutions around this issue. And so thank you for that motion as well. And I think with that, can we move motions as a package if the committee is okay with it? Everybody? Okay, great. So we'll move it as a package. All those in favor? Against? And that carries. Okay. Next item, Subcommittee on the Protection of Affordable Rental Housing. We have speakers on this item. First up, we have Aaron Kaplan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. Councillor Paula Fletcher recommends that the Planning and Housing Committee reestablish the Subcommittee on the Protection of Affordable Rental Housing. Term of reference B for the subcommittee states, develop standards and guidelines to better align Toronto buildings notice and orders to comply with the standards set in the Residential Tenancy Act. The City of Toronto Property Information Report offers information regarding issued building permits on file, the status of inspections, and any outstanding orders as they relate to the Ontario Building Code, zoning bylaw, and/or property standards bylaw. The property standards bylaw sets the standards for all properties in Toronto. All property owners are required to repair and maintain their property, including owners of properties that are rented out. Property standards in apartment buildings is under the jurisdiction of the RentSafeTO Apartment Building Standards, which is a bylaw enforcement program that ensures apartment building owners comply with building maintenance standards. The program applies to apartment buildings with 3 or more stories and 10 or more units. A supplementary report responding to directives from the December 8th, 2020 Planning and Housing Committee was presented to the December 16th, 2020 meeting of City Council with available performance data on RentSafeTO. The available performance data on the RentSafeTO program was not discussed at the December 18th meeting of City Council. We have prepared a table, which is included in our deputation, using the data available in the supplementary report. The results show that between 11.86% and 18.41% of service requests and building audits in 2017 to 2019, the pre-pandemic years, resulted in an enforcement action, that is, an order to comply, notices, Part 1 fines, Part 3 summons, or remedial action. It's extremely puzzling that less than 20% of service requests and building audits result in an enforcement action by RentSafeTO bylaw enforcement officers. We are therefore requesting that an additional term of reference be added to the Subcommittee on the Protection of Affordable Rental Housing. That is, examine the performance data of the RentSafeTO program to determine whether any additional operational procedures or other measures are required during RentSafeTO bylaw enforcement officers' investigation of service requests and building audits. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions of the speaker?
Yes, I'm just going to say that I'm going to be moving that under the RentSafe item that's here today, not under the protection of rental, affordable rental, which is about evictions. So just to let you know, and I think your deputation sits under RentSafe. So I am moving that request that you sent in, just to let you know that.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks, Aaron. Next, we have Bob Murphy.
Yes, hello everybody once again. Bob Murphy, Acorn, Toronto. We find that our number one issue for our community members and our Acorn members is affordable housing. There's no question this is the biggest issue in Toronto. It's been like that for years, and COVID has brought this even more to the forefront. Affordable housing is the number one issue, as well as safe and healthy homes. The subcommittee on protecting affordable housing is extremely important. We are glad it exists. We hope that it gets rolling and succeeds. We want to bring up a few things. We need to create tools to stop these evictions. We have three types of companies. We have companies that manage buildings, we have companies that own buildings, and then we have companies that manage and own buildings. I myself previously, just recently, was a property manager, so I understand several through different lenses. Retrofits are coming. Landlords will get federal funding to update their buildings. We all know that the big hitters, all the big hitters in Toronto, these big real estate investment companies are trying to, because we don't have rent control, trying to change over their long-term tenants so they can increase the rent because we have no rent control or no vacancy control. Once they get the retrofits will impact the health and climate in these buildings, but we worry it will remove affordable housing. We know landlords and management companies are forcing, from whatever means, through AGIs, AGIs, above guideline increases, rent evictions, are trying to get their long-term tenants out so they can increase rent for profit. I mean, we all know this is going on. We got to find a way to be able to control landlords that are going to start putting in new windows when not necessary, or putting in new carpets, or putting cosmetics, just to find a tool to increase the rents. So we're asking that the scope of the subcommittee to expand by including retrofits in terms of reference, create policies to strengthen the prevention of evictions. RentSafe could be strengthened to enforce property standards, which would protect affordable housing. I won't go into RentSafe right now. Acorn looks forward to working with the City of Toronto, and thank you everybody for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. That concludes the list of speakers on this item. Any questions of staff? Seeing none speakers. Councillor Fletcher.
I would just like to move the recommendations in the letter, and that would include putting our committee back together again, which I think is important to have. Both Councillor Bradford and Perks have agreed to be on the committee, so it would be as last time. I would chair with my two colleagues there. On the terms of reference, I have two motions to put in. That one has to do with being a little more proactive around, no. Okay, that's one of them. That's the first one. Okay, that this notion of people that are going to say, I'm doing, okay, we're back to that. This is, sorry, thank you. And I want to thank the clerk. We've been back and forth so much today, and thank Daryl, my staff. It's been a lot going on for all these items. So thank you very much. This just has really to be a little more out there with education materials and awareness campaigns about protecting affordable rental housing and evictions, what you can do. And also, what is the best practice for a rapid response mechanism for N12s and N13 evictions? We really need to get to that. not so much, and be able to put that together, whatever that is, so that there's one-stop shopping for tenants that are finding that. Then the second one that was up on the screen, number H, an addition, just has to do with making sure that if landlords are getting money to do retrofits, they're not using that as an excuse to move tenants out and rent-evict them. So just reminding everybody, this committee very much is about rent-evictions. We've done a number of things, including for first time in a long while, having a tenants advisory committee or a rental housing advisory committee that meets with staff regularly. And I think that we haven't had that yet this term. So there's part of that is taking place. I think that we really want to rely on the expertise of those who are in the field to support their work through this, what the city can do, including being creative from a legal standpoint and having information at our fingertips about the rent-evictions. I recently, one of my first big rent-evictions was a rooming house with 25 rooms that was bought, and then just these folks who were low income, people in the community who've been there for a long time, were one by one driven out and finally offered a big amount of money. The landlord then did a whole retrofit. It is not thinking that it might fit the zoning, it doesn't. So now what do you do with the building? And really, we're just looking at, this is a committee that says it's not right to clear out long-standing tenants who aren't buying homes for $1 million in our communities, that have a right to live there, that want to be there, and we want mixed communities. So it's a very important one. I'm hoping that now that we've had one half of a term under our belts, we're just going to start moving a little harder and faster. Thank you to the Housing Secretariat for all your support for the work of this committee. And I look forward to us being even more effective in the new term. Thanks. Move those
Thank you,
motions.
Councillor. Any other speakers? Seeing none, thank you. I want to thank the members of the committee for your work on the first 2 years, and thank you in advance for the work. I think as we can see by the agenda today, we've had a full agenda, a lot of work, and I think it is really important to focus on the work that this subcommittee also does. And so I thank you for taking the time to look deeper and do some of this work. So thank you. On behalf of everybody, I think in the committee, I can speak for that. So with that, all those in favor? As a package? And that carries. Last item of the day. Sorry?
Yeah, yes, last item of the day. Go ahead. It's the rent safe.
The rent safe.
Mr. Murphy had spoken about that. I'm not sure if he feels he needs to speak now that he knows I'm going to move that motion about.
It wasn't actually, Councillor, it wasn't Mr. Murphy that spoke on that item, so I'm going to ask if he would like to speak on the item again, Councillor. Mr. Murphy, are you with us?
Yes, on the rent safe?
Yes.
Yes, are we moving to that part now, and
yes,
I can move on, talk about, awesome.
Sorry, my mistake.
Okay, we've been involved in RentSafe at the Acorn, I believe, since 2004. I've been involved myself for the last 3 years and sat down at City Hall and sat in many virtual meetings and had numerous amount of discussions about RentSafe. We've been we brought up several demands last year. Right now, we feel RentSafe right now is just smoke and mirrors. First of all, we have 3,500 buildings. I believe that's excluding Toronto Community Housing, which is not part of RentSafe. We have, I believe, 31 inspectors. So if you have 3,500 buildings and 31 inspectors, how is it possible that we would be able to keep up on any health and safety issues. And with the color coding is a whole different ball game. The color coding is determined by the common areas of the buildings. We don't see what's behind the onion and what the issues are in the units themselves. If a landlord, all you have to do is just pretty up the common areas, and then the inspector comes in and bang, they give you a green card, and there you go. There's also, so it really doesn't hold any meat because it doesn't tell what the real issues are, the health and safety issues, whether it be rodent problems or insect problems or mold or faulty appliances or faulty plumbing or faulty wiring. And we heard some off and on discussions about, well, we don't want to use the carding system because it apparently for some individuals believe it's going to stigmatize the individuals in that building, which I don't buy that for a second. We got to understand that, number one, why do we have the color-coded signs there in the first place? If you're a responsible landlord and you're doing your due diligence, you want that green card there. We gotta find out is that what stigmatizes our tenants is not the color coding, is what stigmatizes the tenants is that they have to go back continuously to an unsafe and unhealthy unit. That's what stigmatizes our communities, not the color coding. If I'm a responsible landlord, I want that thing green. I want everybody to see it. I think we have to really work on the inspectors because all these property owners know that the city will never be able to keep up. It's laughable because they know it can't, at this particular point in time, be properly enforced. If we have nobody to enforce it, who's going to follow the rules? And for a little couple itty-bitty fines, by the time they get to you, all these companies look at that as part of doing a business. I think we have to increase the enforcement, but including the enforcement is the interior in the individual units where our families, that these are their homes. I think that, this is like fines like a parking ticket. It doesn't really deter the landlord to get on board. Healthy homes should be a priority for our city, and tenants are approximately 50% of the population, but the budget doesn't reflect that. And I'm hoping that we can take the next step forward and do proper enforcement and not just look at the cosmetic part of the interior of the bottom floor of the building. Let's look at the inside the building, inside the units, and this will tell us the real tale, because we never forget at the end of the day is that these are people's homes. And I've been in a lot of buildings all over the city, and to see some of them, I'd gladly welcome anybody in this committee and come do a walk with me, and let's go and take a look at it, and we can see for yourselves of the conditions. All we want is health and safety homes for our community members, for them and their families. And I thank you very much for your time once again today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Is Carlton here? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Top left, I think, on my screen.
So Carlton, if you can just then just update me on this. It went through council in December, correct? And there were recommendations that were amended. So it's now before us for you to report back in May. So can you just give me an update on what's happened since December?
Sure. And through you, as the speaker at council, you're well aware that this item has been before council at least 4 times in the last maybe 18 months. So we've reported out on this numerously. We are following council's direction from December, and we have begun. We are starting implementing. We are putting resources in place, and so there's a lot of work, and it's challenging for us when the back and forth on this. So it is a challenge for us. We have. I'm down to 4 people that write staff reports. A lot of work involved in this. It's a huge program. You can hear by the issues from the deputant that we want to focus our resources on improving the quality of housing stock and in getting out there and getting in the field. So those would be my initial comments.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I would add that May is very challenging for us to report back.
So is this report going to go back to government management as well, because that's where it was initiated? Or is it going to stay at this committee?
So it will stay at this committee. Originally, it was at government management when
Right.
we had in the previous regime where it was about licensing. Now that it's about housing, it is properly before this committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. I am just going to move a motion. That was the one that I told Mr. Murphy that I'm going to do. Looking at where he had that chart, which I think I've appended or sent around, looking at the number of investigations and had dropped dramatically since 2017. So asking for that performance data. I'll also just say that, and I hear Councillor Nunziata's frustration and Mr. Grant's frustration that this is now back again. But I would have to say that I think Council, this item was at the Affordable Housing Committee on the Protection of Affordable Rental Housing. Then it was at Planning and Housing. Then it went to Council. And I would simply have to say that many, sorry, swallowed something. Many of the people that had advocated for this program were taken aback by how what seemed to be a 180 on the floor of council, and that without discussion, we'd changed the approach that they'd worked on for a long time. And I'm speaking about all the tenant advocate groups and tenant representative groups. So this is just, now that we changed it kind of on the fly, we now need to make sure that it's going to meet the standards that we've set to let people know what to expect in the building and what the shortcomings might be, or if it's a great building, without what was considered to be stigmatizing the tenants. So we're going to, I think it's fair to have a look at that, and I certainly hope this committee supports it. Yes, it does stay at this committee because now that we've got the program, it will be administered through housing. So this is really something to make sure that what we're trying to do, which is keep the pressure up to have a good place, is achievable with the new format that we approved at council. So that's really what this is for, Madam Chair, with that addition of that motion to look at how well the performance data is, or to look at the performance data around RentSafe. So thanks very much.
Great. Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Nunziata, go ahead.
If I can just ask a question to Councillor Fletcher.
Absolutely.
So Councillor Fletcher, your recommendation, your report is that licensing and standards report back to this committee in May, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sure you, and I don't know how you voted that day, but there was a plan that was in place that did get changed at council. And so a lot of tenant advocates are wondering what that means for the regimen that they had selected. And if the new plan will meet the requirements that have been laid out over quite a long period of time of them working with city staff. So we're just going to make sure that everything's good.
Thank you.
Are you on two committees? No, you're not. Are you? You are. Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, moving it as a package. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, that concludes the agenda for today. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, staff here. Great work. And we'll see each other soon, virtually.
Next week.
Have a good afternoon. Thanks.
Bye. Thanks, everybody.
You.